leave soon. So, and my next note I'd like to make is that we have, this is the last meeting for our wonderful CEO, Barbara. So I just want to show her a big thank you. Just a, massive thank you for the contribution you've made.
Modik from Ngāti Toa is online. Is that correct? Could you message him? But is kura all right to start? No mai kura, moia hau from Te Atiawa. Welcome. Sorry about that. We were running a little bit ahead of time, but it's lovely to see you, Helmut. Kura. And see, this is my illness coming through, and I'll leave it to you to share some words with us.
Tuatahi, tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou. I represent and stand here on behalf of Te Runanga Nui o Te Atiawa and one of the ahi kā marae in the Hutt Valley of Waiwhitu Marae. And I just have a couple of comments that I'd just like to make, and that on behalf of the Runanga and Waiwhitu Marae, we strongly oppose and encourage Council to strongly oppose the Treaty Principle Bill currently under review. We believe that the bill will have profound implications on both Māori and non-Māori. And as a treaty partner, it lacked consultation. And as a direct descendant of a signatory who signed here on the 29th of April in the harbour on the Ariel, we were not consulted, none whatsoever. And there are many, many other descendants who are here, I know, not only in the room, but have not been consulted about that. So the first one is lack of consultation. There's been no consultation with Te Iwi Māori, no consultation with Māori, in fact, no consultation with Aotearoa. And so both Māori and non-Māori. And so that's the first point. And by excluding the consultation process, the bill basically violates our very essence of who we are in terms of partnership. It poses significant risk to the rights and well-being of us as iwi Māori and non-Māori also, tangata tiriti. The treaty is basically our cornerstone. It is who I am. It is my being. When my kuia tupuna signed it, Kahe Te Rau o Te Rangi, I believe that she signed it in good intent. Since then, that intent has been broken so many times, and even to today, with the current hikoi that we've had here, highlighted that there is huge concern by not only iwi Māori, but tangata tiriti, who made a huge impact and visited us at Parliament the other week. It also has a major impact on the number of different legislations that it has. And these vital statutes incorporate the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, potentially by removing the treaty, it will definitely jeopardise the legal framework of what we've always believed in. Social cohesion and national unity, it's not just a legal document, but a symbol of our partnership. And that the bill threatens to undermine social cohesion, which it has. It has. Just as recently, my whanaunga got approached in Wanganui. And there's, when you're going into a BP station to get petrol and you get accosted because of what you believe in, there are serious security issues around the protection of my whanaunga, who's also the co-chair of Te Pāti Māori. A number of us, we have to walk that every day. And I know a number of our whānau have been accosted because of their stance and their view on where we stand and strongly oppose the Treaty of Waitangi. But in concluding, it possesses significant risk to the rights and well-being of both Māori and non-Māori communities in Aotearoa. It undermines the foundational principles of Te Treaty of Waitangi. It lacks genuine consultation with Māori and has the potentiality to increase inequality and social division. I urge Council today to strongly oppose the Treaty Principle Bill. And I'll leave you with this saying. E kore au e mate ka mate anō te mate ka aura anō au. Although I will eventually die, I will not die, because the next generation will carry this through. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi rau atu rā ki o koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnei te iti te kupu kōrero o te rūnanganui o te atiawa, ara o waiwhitu marae tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, kura, thank you. No, my Helmet online. Welcome, Helmet, speaking on behalf of Ngāti Toa Rangatira. Over to you to share some thoughts with us. Thank you.
Kia ora, nui aku rahi tēnei te mihi anō kia koutou katoa. Apologies for not being able to be with you this morning. I'm hosting a large group out in Manuhiri here in Porirua at 10 o'clock. So I'm glad that the technology has enabled me to be in two places at once and to share Ngāti Toa's thoughts about the whakapapa in front of you today. I'll be brief. While I could speak to from a number of perspectives on the reasons why I strongly recommend that the Council take a strong position against the Treaty Principles Bill, I'd like to focus my remarks around what I believe to be the four foundational issues associated with that bill. When my kōrau was a young man, the majority of the world was ruled by emperors and kings. When my father was a young man, most of the emperors had metaphorically lost their heads. There were still lots of kings, and a few dream authoritarian dictators had emerged both in Europe and across Asia and other places in the world. It's only been in essentially my lifetime that rules-based democratic institutions have become the dominant form for societies across the majority of the world. And that reflection really is to make the point that government by the people, of the people, for the people is still a relatively new endeavour. We really are still in only version 1, a version which in this country we inherited from the 19th century, which still has a number of flaws and challenges that we have to live with. The key observation I'd make, though, is democracy, as precious, powerful, and important as it is to us all, is still an emerging idea. It's still fair to call it an experiment. And in one sense, it's a fiction. It's a fiction in the sense that it requires the consent of the governed. The idea of a rules-based society that is founded on foundational ideas like truth and justice is an experiment still which we are still grappling with the world over. Last month, the OECD had a conference on the loss of trust in democracy the world over, and passed resolutions that required the countries of the OECD, which New Zealand was absent in, by the way, in that conference, to consider fundamentally what was happening across the world in its democracies that was eroding the confidence and trust in citizens across the world in their democratic institutions, because it is a phenomenon that is playing out across the world. I know what we saw in Parliament a little over 2 years ago was what it looks like when the consent of the governed is withdrawn. We saw what happens when the consent of the governed is withdrawn, because people lose confidence and trust in its institutions, in the people that are running those institutions. Whānau, no system of government can make the people of that nation better than they want to be. And here in this land, we are being forced, as people are around the world, to look at the foundational ideas that give rise to our rules-based civil society. This is my frame and thesis to you. I have nothing to say that is negative about the essential ideas that the Treaty Principles Bill is promulgating. As far as I can tell, those are valid ideas. The problem that I would invite you to consider is that, as reasonable and as fair as those ideas are, is that they ignore the underlying reality, the foundational agreement that was reached between the British Empire, the Crown, and the rangatira of this land that enabled those ideas and our parliamentary and other civil institutions to be here in the first place. They totally misrepresent and ignore at best and misrepresent at worst those underlying foundational agreements that give us the privilege of having a liberal democracy here today. And so my thesis and my strong encouragement to you is that the main problem with the Treaty Principles Bill is that it is saying that the truth and justice are subsidiary ideas to the Treaty Principles Bill. And whānau, I'm here to tell you that's not true. That our democratic nation does not uphold first and foremost what's true and what's just, then everything that happens after that is a story that doesn't add up. And so for me, that's the main premise and the main reason why every citizen in this land needs to speak up and say, those are fair ideas, but they just don't square with what is true and fair about the constitutional origins of this country. Now, why is that Wellington City Council's responsibility to say something? 2 reasons. First, as I've just said, I believe it's the responsibility of all New Zealanders to speak up at the risk that is being created to the legitimacy of our civil society and our democratic nation. It behooves everybody to speak. But you as elected representatives at a local level represent, quite literally, voices in the hierarchy of representative leadership in our democracy. But I believe if our central government leadership are not clear-eyed enough, not wise enough to actually recognise the risks that are inherent in that bill, to the legitimacy of their role under our democracy, the risks to the stability of our civil society, then whose job is it to say that? If they can't see it and they don't say, whose job is it? Surely you as elected representatives do have a mandate to speak for our community. And that's the premise I would put to you, that this bill is placing at risk the legitimacy and stability of our precious democracy, paid for with blood, and that we have seen in recent times is under threat. And I invite you seriously on that alone to say to our government collectively as a council that this bill does not represent a legitimate interposition into our constitutional arrangements. It creates an unacceptable risk, and we as elected representatives are saying don't do that. I could speak more, but I'll leave it there. As you can tell, my voice is poor, but I've shared my essential ideas that I hope you will consider, discuss, and act as a matter of principle on in the decisions you take today. I'm happy to respond to any questions if that's appropriate, but otherwise I'll finish here and invite you and wish you all the best in your deliberations. Kia ora no tātou.
Kia ora, Helmut. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate it. We will now move. Pōiwi Holden Hohaia is going to read some words from Tōtōpū.
Kia ora tātou. This message is on behalf of Taranaki whānui ki te upoko te ika. We extend our apologies for not being able to present our submission in person today and express our sincere gratitude to Pōiwi Holden Hohaia for reading this submission on our behalf. Taranaki whānui ki te upoko te ika represents over 20,000 uri of Te Atiawa, Ngāti Tama, Taranaki, Ngāti Ruanui and others who journeyed to Te Whanganui Atara, establishing deep and enduring connections to this whenua. Our mana whenua rights enshrined in the Port Nicholson Block Settlement Act 2009 affirm these connections and the obligations of partnership and protection under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We strongly oppose the bill and urge this council to support the notice of motion and make a submission against it. The bill contradicts Te Tiriti, breaches our Settlement Act and undermines principles of equity, partnership and tino rangatiratanga. Some have argued that the bill will fail and therefore it is unnecessary for the council to act. However, precisely because this bill is destined to fail, it is critical that Wellington City Council takes a stand against it. Allowing this bill to go unchallenged risks normalising the rhetoric that undermines Te Tiriti and dismisses Māori rights. Silence in the face of such proposals only emboldens further erosion of that partnership and the principles central to our nation's identity. The Council, as a partner under the Hakihea Agreement and a leader in local governance, has a responsibility to reflect the values of partnership and equity. Submitting against the bill demonstrates the Council's commitment to upholding Te Tiriti, safeguarding and promoting equity, not just for mana whenua but for all Wellingtonians. Some of the specific concerns we have with the bill are as follows. Principle 1. This asserts exclusive Crown authority disregarding Te Tiriti's guarantee of shared governance and tino rangatiratanga. Proposed Principle 2 restricts Māori rights to settlements or legislation and in doing so invalidates cultural redress mechanisms like statutory acknowledgements which are critical to Taranaki whānui. Proposed Principle 3 promotes universal equality but ignores systemic inequities and the active protections guaranteed under Te Tiriti. The bill erodes the commitments made to Taranaki whānui under our Settlement Act. It contradicts established jurisprudence and disregards international standards like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We call on this Council to support the notice of motion and submit against the bill, advocate for upholding Te Tiriti principles of partnership, active protection and participation, and to reaffirm the Crown's obligations to tangata whenua as partners, ensuring any legislative changes are co-designed with us. The Treaty Principles Bill threatens the progress we have made in Crown-Māori relations and undermines our shared aspirations for a just and equitable future. By submitting against it, the Council can demonstrate leadership and stand firmly in support of its mana whenua partners and the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Ngā mihi nui. Kia ora tātou.
Ngā mihi to Kura, to Helmut and to Karawaya Holden for their words. Toitu te tiriti. I would now like to invite Karepa. No mai Karepa Wall, ki te hora o te kōrero. Please welcome Karepa Wall to introduce the report.
Ka pai, kia ora tātou. Hei ngā rangatira o ngā iwi, tēnā hoki koutou mō koutou e horahi ara i te kōrero te rānei. It's appropriate to acknowledge those rangatira of our Hakihea partners for they're much more articulate than I in presenting you the arguments today for the submission that's in front of you. So we'll take it as read. The team here have worked in a short time to condense the wonderful thoughts that Hakihea partners have given you today. The reason why this has been drafted really is just because of the things that Hakihea partners have said, to be united with the local councils here in the region and an approach that they've put forward of opposing this bill, but also to support in opposition to the bill the sentiments our Hakihea partners are wishing to indicate to the government. So those are kind of the two essence at the heart of the submission and why it's been drafted for you. The bill has been drafted with a broad, wide-ranging kind of scope, but what we've focused the submission on is its impact to us as council in Wellington City. And so what does that look like for us and what does that mean for us as Wellington City Council? In particular, the foundation for our partnership with Hakihea is based on the Tiriti. We talk a lot about the Hakihea being our interpretation as council of the Tiriti of Waitangi, I guess, being the Tiriti of Wellington, if you so speak. But the Tiriti is its basis, right? So that's why it's going to have an impact on us and how it looks here. But also it's provided a bit of a framework for us to foster that relationship with iwi, with hapori, with Māori, with mana whenua, the many voices that make up Wellingtonians. And so those are the kind of key aspects at a high level of why we would focus this submission to its impact on Wellington. In the submission, we talk about how if this bill did go through, and we know there's lots of sentiments out there in the public about it not going through, but if it did go through, how it could undermine and hinder our process in really fostering the strong relationships that you've built. Now, I don't know any other capital city in New Zealand that's doing it as good as us in terms of the partnership with Māori and mana whenua, but if the bill did go through in that way, what we're suggesting inside the draft submission here is that it would hinder and prohibit us from being able to do those in the way that we have done it to date. It also illustrates how the existing principles that we have a really good understanding of have helped us to get to where we are today and helped us to be able to build the strong partnership that you see in the tākai here today. So I think it finishes at the very end of the submission with some legal perspective. Our legal team has helped us as well in looking through some of the examples of legislation that require us to adhere to these principles of the tiriti, and so therefore innately it is relevant to us here as a city council. It picks up two things in particular, the way the bill could impact on the way that we are currently working, as I just said, and also how we have been successful in weaving these principles into what it is that we do. So I guess it's the standard, if it's not broken, don't fix it kind of thing. So the team have done a wonderful job, and lots of people here who have worked hard in a short time to put into submission. Happy to take any questions if people have those around the table. Thanks, Ed.
He pātai me I tū I mua I te taupatu. Does anybody have any questions before we move on to debate? There appear to be none. Ngā mihi karepa. Thank you, team. I now invite Mea Whānau to move.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm very happy to be moving this paper. I strongly oppose this bill and support our council putting forward this submission. A huge thank you to our officers for putting that together. It was incredibly well written and well argued, so thank you for that. In my view, this bill threatens to shake the founding document of Aotearoa, and as we have seen publicly, there seems to be more of an attempt to divide us rather than unite us, and that is not what this country needs right now. Our Tākai Here agreement and our commitment to honouring Te Tiriti is incredibly important, not just to us, but to our city. We've seen that with the way that people have engaged with the Māori wards debate. We've seen that with the recent hikoi that was in the city. And if this bill were to pass, it would absolutely have the potential to disrupt even our own council business. But mainly, I do think it's our role as community leaders and elected members to share the views of those we represent. I believe we have to stand staunchly alongside mana whenua and tangata whenua in this region, as well as the many Wellingtonians, the tens of thousands of Wellingtonians that came out and in force against this bill. And, you know, the world is watching us right now. The video of Hana doing the haka in Parliament, I saw one TikTok that had been viewed over 500 million times. That is incredible. Indigenous cultures are watching us from all across the world, and they want us to stay strong, not just for us, but for them as well. Let us do that. I'll keep this short because our iwi leaders have articulated it so well, but let us do what is right today. Let us stay the course and honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi as it stands, and please vote in support of this submission to go forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon, you're going to second. Would you like to speak now? You reserve your right. Is there any debate? Councillor Chung.
Thank you, and thank you for the speakers this morning. I do agree with Helmut when he was saying that there is a loss of trust in democracy globally, and I feel that that's happening everywhere in the world. It's happening in many different countries, and Wellington, of course, is no exception. So I'd like to actually speak to the fact that I try and speak for our community. I go out and I talk to them all the time, so I ask them what they want. And so this is the democratic process that we're actually going through. This is what we're actually here for. At the beginning of the triennium, we all took an oath to serve Wellington and to help Wellingtonians to the best of our ability. I firmly believe that going down this route, debating such an unnecessary course of action, is an absolute waste of ratepayers' money and council resources. And let's not forget that this is all paid by ratepayers. Too many councils in New Zealand engage in issues that are beyond the remit of council. The recent decision by the Nelson City Council to sanction Israeli companies is a strong case in point. This is not what we're here for. We're here to actually make Wellington a better place. So I therefore believe that it's incumbent on me to reject any proposal that requests support for a Wellington City Council submission on the Treaty Principles Bill. This stance does not threaten the relationship that we have with iwi in any way, and is fully consistent with the Hakihea agreement. Local iwi retain their rights to submit on the bill, and I would expect nothing less. But unelected representatives cannot compel this council to actually take a public stance on this issue. Furthermore, I respect the rights, absolutely, that any individual councillor can submit on the proposed legislation under their own name. I have no issue with that. The council has no mandate to make any submission on behalf of all the citizens of Wellington. As I mentioned, I just had a constituents meeting last week, and I asked them about the long-term plan and about this the submission that we're proposing to make, and I said, what do you want me to do? How do you want me to vote? I would follow what you asked me to do rather than what I think I should do. So we are representing all these constituents. We don't know what everyone thinks. We don't know what it is that they want unless we go out and ask them. And so this is what I try and do. So let's not forget that with the submission, the coalition government has already said that this won't go past the first reading. And so should we actually be doing this? Should we actually be getting involved in central government politics? I don't believe that this council needs to discuss this matter further. And if this council does decide to lodge a submission on the Treaty Principles Bill, I want my opposition recorded in the minutes, and the submission must reflect that there is no consensus amongst this council for this issue, and there are dissenting councillors. Thank you very much.
If you could please be quiet in the gallery, thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whānau. My preference would be to leave it to our Manawhenua reps and the rest to speak today, but I thought as a multicultural person, someone who comes from ethnic community, I thought the treaty also supported the continued immigration to this country. I came to New Zealand in 2008, and I see that is a result of the treaty that we have. And I think upholding the principle that we have would be in the interest of this council, in the interest of this city, in the interest of the multicultural society. And according to the Department of Internal Affairs, the reason, the justification for the continued immigration and the refugee settlement in this country is based on the treaty principles. As a migrant community, we do appreciate the welcoming to this land by Manawhenuas. And today, some people might have their own reservations, but as someone who is from community that is mostly excluded from a lot of social and cultural makeup of this country, the social cohesion by this bill will be damaging to the community that's already suffering as well. I think the bill will have impacts not only on the Maori people, will have impact on the multicultural society. And I'm supporting the submission by this council in opposing the bill. I encourage all of you to do the same, and let's go to the vote.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks. Actually, it feels a bit inadequate to add comments after the very eloquent comments by the Hakihea partners. but I'm just prompted to actually say something because of Councillor Chung's comments. The bill is fundamentally is flawed because it is an intention to create dissent. I mean, it is a political theatre exercise rather than an exercise in an attempt to actually facilitate better dialogue and constructive engagement between people in New Zealand. And what has been happening in this country certainly over my lifetime has been a conversation at all sorts of levels within society around what is a very complicated issue of race relations, as well as the relationship between the mana whenua and the Hakihea of this country. And the bill is an attempt to subvert that conversation and is in no way a positive step in the pathway towards a better mutual understanding and a better reconciliation. And so I'm very strongly in favour of the council making a submission on the bill. I certainly will be putting in a submission myself. And I think it's a shame that we should debate. You know, I think everybody in New Zealand should debate the issues of the Treaty of Waitangi and the principles which underline it, as Helmut very eloquently explained. I think the principles are unarguable, basically. But unfortunately, this particular bill is not the way for that dialogue to be advanced in any constructive way at all. And the complete lack of consultation in the formulation of the bill is symptomatic of the thinking behind it, which is largely around political theatre. So I would encourage everyone in this room to put in a submission and to basically say that they support the way that the treaty relationship is evolving over time through active, positive dialogue, and that this bill is not part of that active, positive dialogue.
Deputy Mayor Foon?
Tēnā koutou kai a kurangatira, many mihi for coming and sharing your whakaaro with us today. I would like to thank all the officers in the team for the mahi on putting the submission together for us, which I support. I ask myself too, what would the impact of the Treaty Principles Bill be on this council, Wellington and future Wellingtonians? And what the last 2 terms has demonstrated to me in this council is that a majority has been voted in because of our relationship and understanding of Te Tiriti. We have reset our relationships with our mana whenua through Tākaihere and Tūpiki Ora. And Wellingtons have clearly demonstrated that they have welcomed this and supported many of those councillors back into this position. We have strongly supported a Māori ward, and I expect that we will continue to do so. But the reality is that we've also seen Wellingtonians rise and support our mana whenua and tangata whenua from all over the nation through the hikoi. And that was a mighty day for Wellington. And people have said to me, no other city could hold that group of people to demonstrate to Parliament in protest like we did. So we're in a beautiful position. We also have our next generations that are educated, and they want this council to see us holding on to our honouring Te Tiriti. So I really urge you today to not to support the submission that does not support the bill, because every decision we are making on this council is alongside our mana whenua partners for the well-being of our people, all our people, for the well-being of our environment and our cultural uniqueness, which actually sells our capital around the globe. So let's carry on with that partnership. Let's show the government we're actually leading as a capital city in the way that we work with our mana whenua, and it is benefiting us because we have the same strategic priorities. Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Fortunately, I don't need anyone to write my speech for me today. I've done that with my own notes. It's interesting that there are councillors around this table that make a very loud call about opposing vanity projects, because this bill is the ultimate vanity project. It is David Seymour's gamble to try and pick away votes from the National Party and prop up ACT as a long-term proposition. That's it. That's all this bill exists for. It is the ultimate vanity project. And it is our business when 80,000 people walk our streets in the largest hikoi in this country. Thought we listened to the people, but maybe we only listen to the people that we tend to agree with. I'm not sure. Look, I'm extremely happy to support this submission and oppose this bill, and I just want to talk a little bit about a story of progress of something that would not have happened if it weren't for our recognition of the principles and the progress that's been made in this country so far. So a few weeks ago after the hikoi, I was walking along the waterfront with my son, and there were the stencils on the ground of Toitū Te Tiriti, and he's 4. He asks, "Dad, what does that say?" It says Toitū Te Tiriti. What does that mean? How do you explain tiriti to a 4-year-old? My crude version, there were people living here and settlers came, and to make sure everyone could live together, there was a tiriti that was signed, and that is the basis of how we live together in New Zealand. The next day he wanted to go to Te Papa, and he didn't want to go to Te Tau, which is the nature exhibition where we always find ourselves with the Earthquake House. He wanted to see the tiriti up on level 4. And I explained to him, we have 2 versions here, one in English, one in Leo, and they don't quite fully align. They don't quite say the same thing, and that is the conflict that's at the heart of it. It is utterly depressing that my 4-year-old has a better understanding of the principles of tiriti than some of the people around this table. Progress isn't inevitable, and I think the fragile state of democracy across the world shows that. But it's fragile, and we must keep fighting for it, and it is our job to support this submission, to vote against David Seymour's ultimate vanity project. And so thank you, Mea Whānau, for moving this paper. Thank you, Karepa and your team, for putting this together. Happy to support it.
Councillor Winera.
Tēnā rā koutou. Just scribbled some notes very quickly. So I'll leave aside my own thoughts on this matter, except to say that it is very obviously a very inappropriate imposition by one party to a contract on another, and I totally tautoko all of the excellent arguments that were made by our mana whenua partners. What I do want to say is, firstly, that I acknowledge I have a slightly different philosophy of local government to probably many in this room. You know, if I had my way, it wouldn't just be roads, rates and rubbish. We'd own the cops, the fireys and the hospitals too, like the Americans. But that aside, I think what we can all agree on, whether you think we're roads, rates and rubbish or everything else in the family cat, is that we are elected to speak on behalf of Wellington. And I can say with total and utter confidence that Wellington opposes this bill. We are here today actually to pass a budget, which is very much the business of council regardless of what your philosophy on local government is. But we are also here to honour a partnership and a decision and a culture that we have embedded very strongly into this organisation for years now. So I really strongly want to refute the notion that that bill down there has no effect on what we do here and that it's not our business to intervene. And the reason I say that is because Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a governing principle of many of our strategies, of many of our policies, of many of the aspects of our working culture that we've built in this institution for a very long time. You will find references to it throughout the documents that govern this organisation. You will find the language and principles, and intent of the treaty throughout Council's business. So, as Mr. Karepa Wall very clearly told us, this bill will materially hinder the right of this council to operate as it chooses and has chosen, namely in accordance with the treaty. So even if you don't think that it's our business to remark on the activities of central government, which is funny because they very much feel it's their business to remark on ours, then you can very confidently cast a vote in favour of this motion today, simply for the fact that it is this council's right to operate as it chooses and to operate in compliance with Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I want to pick up on the comment, the Mayor's comment, that it's our responsibility to share the views of those we represent. My issue with this submission is I don't know the views on this issue of those I represent. When I go out to the community, they don't talk to me about the Treaty Principles Bill. They talk to me about 15.9% rates increases. They talk to me about spending that they think is wrong. They talk to me about the local community projects that are under threat. I'm afraid I can't support this motion because I literally don't know what my representatives think. And if I put myself on either side of this debate, I'll only be doing it for my own view, which I suspect is actually likely to be the point of a lot of councillors around the table. We haven't had a chance to consult with our community, our own community on this. I do see that our submission was written in conjunction with our iwi partners, and it literally says it should be read in conjunction with their separate submissions. So yes, you know, we are, as a council, deciding whether to pile in with our iwi partners. Whether that's supported by our community, I literally don't know. There are many, many issues which this council does not submit on. I mean, personally, you know, the issues with the ferry service, for example, are likely to affect Wellington City as much as these principles in overall terms. The solution or lack of a solution will really affect our economy, yet we haven't done a submission on that. I'm sorry, Councillor McNulty, I don't think it is our job to support this amendment. It's our job to run a city in a financially sustainable and environmentally sustainable way, and I don't know what my constituents think about this, and so on that basis, I'm afraid I cannot support it.
Could we please hear the speakers in silence? Yeah, I have you on the list. I'm going to speak next, and I guess I want to reflect on my experience of being a participant in the hikoi, as I was a participant in the foreshore and seabed hikoi many years earlier. I was a different person then, and I was thinking about, I was on that hikoi, and in the years in between, I had birthed an adult human who was independently on that hikoi with her friends. And I guess to come back to Councillor Randall's point about what does our community think, thousands and thousands of Wellingtonians joined that hikoi. They were there participating, walking, and yes, I know there's a level of self-selection that everybody I know was on there, that it does reflect the community and the people, the friendships and the relationships and the beliefs and the values that I hold. However, there's a fair amount of self-selection going on with people that attended Councillor Chung's rates meeting or talk to you about wanting to cut spending. I'm quite confident that the thousands of people who were not only there but were cheering us on from the streets, from the offices, give us great confidence that we are speaking with and for our community here. And what I saw on that hikoi, almost this nasty little bill, was almost irrelevant, because what I saw was an expression of a culture and a politics in resurgence. Te ao Māori, te reo Māori, expressed by thousands and thousands of Māori and Pākehā together in a way that I have never seen it, and it felt like the beginning of a new age and a better age. The genie is out of the bottle. These young people give expression to what the treaty means to them every single day, and that includes Councillor McNulty's little boy and my daughter and the children and grandchildren of many of the people and friends of people around this table. The challenge for us is to give expression to the sentiments that we have expressed with regards to this submission. I'm so proud of it, thank you. Every single day, in every decision that we make, in the way that we conduct ourselves. And that is a whakaaro to us as a council. It is not just about this bill, it is about all of the things that we do and say. But I am very, very proud to support this work. Toi tū te tiriti. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I think that helped me reflect throughout this process about, in our role as councillors, we are leaders and we do have to lead with our communities. And I think one of the beautiful things that we are able to do as the council is go down to central government and say, if you want to know what partnership looks like within governance, come have a look at what we're doing. I think as a council with our tākaihere partnerships, having mana whenua at the table, involving them in all of our decisions, is a beautiful testament to what Te Tiriti stood for. And so it is entirely relevant that we do submit on this bill, because it goes to undermine the beautiful thing that we have created. The amount of things we have been able to deliver for our community by consulting actively with our mana whenua partners is immeasurable. It is amazing the work that we can do when we work together. One of the things I did hear in debate was about our mandate as elected members to make this submission. And that word really stuck with me, because what is our mandate here? And I would encourage you to go back to where we get our mandate from, which is central government, and where central government claims to get its mandate from, which is the treaty. If you are not supporting this submission and you are being silent and saying the council should not agree on its own mandate, then you are dissolving your own mandate as an elected member. You are only allowed to be here because of Te Tiriti. Any power that you do have, whether it's claimed correctly or in ill, comes from Te Tiriti. So I would encourage all of the members around this table to support this motion, to submit on the principles of the bill, because it is important that we uphold the rangatiratanga of mana whenua and our ability to work in partnership with them to deliver beautiful outcomes for our many ratepayers.
Councillor Free.
I will stand because I'm so short, as is our chair.
I think you're quite tall, actually, Sarah.
I would really just like to thank Councillor Rogers for those thoughts, and of course for most people who've spoken around this table very, very eloquently, and also of course our iwi partners, and in particular you, Kura, because I have had the experience of the richness that Kura has brought with the naming and the symbolism and the narratives of our history, and I wonder why there is so much fear about this talk of partnership. I really want to acknowledge the richness that is brought to my community, and just to reflect on the blessing that I took part in only a few days ago when we had yet another beautiful mural on the side of Akutangi, which I believe you named, which has a beautiful meaning in its own right, which refers to the crashing of the waves in that part of Wellington. It is what used to be known as the ASB Sports Centre, but now has a much more poetic and meaningful name. But there is a mural now, which is just so beautiful. It is Tawaha ki te ao marama, which is portals to the world of light. Beautiful big circles which reflect the moonlight, as I discovered when I went to the Rongotai Prize giving, and reflect the sunlight, but are big enough to make a really big impact, but also relate to that narrative which I've become more aware of, which the airport has actually just adopted in its logo, which has to do about the taniwha that created the landforms in my part of Wellington. But also refers to the fact that one of the taniwha, on its death, in its death throes, actually became transformed into a being of the sky, and opened up the portals to another world. And the part of the world I live in is so beautiful, and yet without something to anchor that and express that, we are poorer. And this is, I've lived in Wellington all my life. I don't have another passport. My children can't live anywhere else. So I ask myself, what does it mean to be a New Zealander, to be a New Zealander of Hakihea descent? And for me, it's very much connected to the treaty. I feel that gives me legitimacy. And there are stories, as I've said before, in my family that go back generations, which talk about a partnership. I do get a bit emotional about this, The thing I'm most worried about is, for us Pākehā, I feel we're worried, we feel a bit threatened and we want to be connected and included. So I don't want to see all the traces of my people's history lost either. For me, the streets that name the ships that my people came on, Adelaide Road actually, my people came on the ship, the Adelaide. Ridderford Street actually connects to a great-grandfather of mine. But I don't want to lose that, but I want to embrace more. And I really reject, actually, that we don't have a right to do this as a council. We are the territorial authority. We're actually the authority for this land, this piece, this rohi, this piece of land. Therefore, it is actually our right to stand here and speak about how the treaty can enrich our experience of our area, of our land. It is our complete right. And I look around this table and I actually see more diversity than I've ever seen before. So I also reject the notion that we're not representing the community. And I respect that people who've spoken against this do represent a part of our community. But I think when you look at the numbers, it's not a majority, thankfully, because there's such richness to be gained, and I've seen it. And I want to keep seeing it. So I'll certainly be supporting this bill, and I think everybody who's had input into it, supporting the submission. Get that right, the submission on this bill. Supporting the submission that opposes this bill.
Start to wrap up,
perhaps
Councillor.
it's stimulated a conversation which perhaps is one we had to have, but maybe could have had in a different way. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, and the speeches have been so wonderful. I'm not going to traverse that territory. I do just want to reflect on yet again the tedious debate over the function of local government and the position of well-beings. So I see that we do have a mandate because we are here for the social, cultural, environmental and economic well-being of our community, and that has to be based in te tiriti. We cannot have well-being if we do not base ourselves in that. And I looked at the bill and I thought, actually, it's quite embarrassing. This essentially was done on the basis of ACT party policy, maybe like there were 10 people in a room that just came together and did a little bit of work against the decades and decades of activism, of jurisprudence, of the many, many cases, the many highly intelligent people that have thought deeply about what te tiriti means, and we get this really basic bill. The consultation process I find cynical. A process that closes on the 7th of January. We would get hammered for that. So, I mean, I'm sure many of us will be writing our submissions before Christmas, but it's not a good process. And as Kōrau has said very eloquently, well, how can you, when you haven't even consulted with us? And I just want to end with making the point that it is catastrophic for tangata whenua, but it's also catastrophic for tangata te tiriti. And it's because of what it has brought to us. Things like the naming are very, very important, but also it's about a framework, a philosophy, of bringing policy positions which will make our city so much greater. And I know we had a really difficult road on the airport, which I deeply regret, but we're going to get there. You know, sometimes relationships do take a while to get right, but we will get there. And we cannot, with the best efforts of the ACT Party or New Zealand First or National, push our history back. I mean, Councillor Matthews is right. There is no way, particularly among young people, that they will ever accept that this very important founding document is diluted, and it will be defended robustly.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora tātou. Look, I understand because of te tiriti of Waitangi, my legitimacy, all of our legitimacy, if you are not tangata whenua, is mandated by that first legal constitutional document. And I want to stand up for te tiriti. especially when mana whenua call us to action, just as 42,000 people marched in the Hikoi in Wellington. That is much more than any of us have garnered in votes. We have a member. Look, we have two members, and I do think the two members that are going to be voting against this for being open and honest, because silent is a cowardice. Because I do not believe that the arguments that have been put ahead stand for any sort of integrity. Councillor Randall votes against papers because he disagrees with the, quote, plain language when there is the use of te reo Māori, but he will not vote against the same papers when English words are not in plain language. Councillor Chung will vote for several other submissions to government.
It's misinformation. I do not vote against papers based on the title of it.
That's not a point of order. We'll let Councillor O'Neill carry on.
Can provide the receipts as well. Councillor Chung will vote for several other submissions to government, but not this one specifically, I would suggest, because it advocates for the rights of Māori. What appears neutral or benign on the surface but signals discriminatory or exclusionary views towards a specific ordinance. The councillors that vote against the submission, might I also add they have proposed no amendments to make it more inclusive. The councillors that vote against the submission should be ashamed. This is giving into racist rhetoric, and it's for the sake of a cheap vote. It is sinister to pretend that your opposition to the submission is anything other than racist.
I will now go. She's finished her debate, so there's not a point of order now.
I can raise a point of order any time, can I not?
What is your point of order? You're supposed to stand and read the number.
So, under 26.5, Part D, misrepresentation, the councillor said that I voted against.
You have already raised this point of order and I've declined it. Sit down.
No, no, you said that's not a point of order. With due respect, Madam Chair, you said that was not a point of order.
Okay, you can finish it.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill said I voted against motions based on whether or not they were in English or in plain language.
You have made this point already, Councillor, and my ruling is final. Can you please sit down? Mia Whānau is now going to give her right of reply.
I want to thank everyone around this table for kōrero and some passionate words that were spoken. I'm actually very heartened by where some councillors are sitting on this. And I hope that Wellington City sees that, that this is a hugely positive thing to move forward. So, you know, we know Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a wonderful thing that benefits all people. Our tākai here relationship is something to be proud of and that other councils should take lead on. It is not to be feared. A couple of councillors have said they don't know what their community thinks, and that's okay, should that happen. But what I would recommend is listen to the debate, listen to the advice of your officers, listen to mana whenua, listen to the tens of thousands who attended the hikoi. Perhaps look at the fact that this city elected its first Māori mayor with probably the biggest margin since Blumski. I'd say that's a pretty clear sign. Those are clear signs that our city does want to move forward, and with a true partnership with tangata whenua and for us to speak on these matters. So look, be on the right side of history, do what is right, support the submission. Thank you.
Kia ora. We're going to go to a vote, and as Councillor Chung has requested, there will be a division, so his view on the matter will be recorded in the minutes. Ray, did you vote the way that you intended? Do you wish to vote against, as you indicated in debate? We will change Councillor Chung's vote. That is carried. We will now break for morning tea and we will come back at 10 to. Thank you. On to item 2.1, the LTP amendment, options draft budget and annual plan draft budget variances. No mai Andrea Reeves or Baz Reiner ki te hora I te kōrero.
Morena councillors, we'll keep it reasonably brief, but just in terms of a quick introduction, the report that's in front of you is a catch-all report, if you like, or an omnibus report. It outlines key elements of the LTP, the annual plan that we require decisions on, so officers can go away and do work in January and prepare the consultation and final draft budget for February meeting. So it outlines key options for the LTP. For consideration and decision. It also outlines a decision point in terms of ground leases. It also covers those things that committees requested feedback on over the last couple of months, and that includes the parklet fee structure, bids, as well as suburban parking options. The report also goes into some of the financial pressures that we're facing, and I'll get Rona to quickly talk you through those.
Kia ora koutou. So following the LTP Finance and Performance Committee meeting on the 26th of November where the changes to the capital program were approved, we have worked at pace to update the budget to a point where we can bring back an updated capital program to you. We still have some further work to do on the budget as a result of those changes in regards to operating expenditure. So in February, we will be bringing back to you a full budget which will include all the impacts on the operating expenditure. At this point, we were never going to be able to provide the full breakdown of the impacts of the changes to the capital program in the operating budget. We've absorbed some cost pressures in the budget, and we've been unable to absorb some cost pressures in the budget. This has resulted in a draft indicative rates increase of 15.9%, including the sludge levy. However, we do still have further work to do, and we will look to do that in the new year before we come back in February. We will provide advice on how to get back down to that 12.8%. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
He pātaimi utu I mua I te tau patupatu. Councillor Abdurrahman.
So this one is on page 13, where it says agree, number 9, agree on option 2 and option 3. Could you please tell me what is option 2? Is that a partial sale of airport?
So in the options part of the paper, it details all the options at a greater level of detail. So if you read through to page 17, it goes through the 3 options in a lot more detail, and yes, it is.
So option 2 is partial sale, option 3 is full sale of airport, right?
Yep, so the way they describe the options in the paper, option 1 is maximum headroom and small fund, which is option 1. Option 2 is the medium fund and medium headroom. And then option 3 is large fund and existing headroom.
So option 2 is selling partial sale, and option 3 is selling the airport share 100%.
Correct.
So is that what going to be on the consultation paper?
Yes, that's what's in front of you.
So basically, okay, I'll address it during debate. It's not clear. The second question from me is, on October 10, we made a decision, the council made a decision not to sell the airport, and there are 3 articles in that notes of motion. I wonder if making this decision today is relitigating the October 10 decision when this is a committee, that is a council, and it's still going to come to the power dynamics of which council, which committee got more power.
So the October 10 decision was a decision to move away from an option that was agreed in the LTP. That is, and this was outlined in the 10 October paper, this is a significant change from what was agreed in the LTP, and as a consequence we need to amend the various elements of the LTP. So as a consequence we now need to move into that stage, amending the LTP, and as part of amending an LTP we do need to present options to the community. So that's part of how we make decisions at council. When there are material decisions to be made, we have to have conversations with our community, and as part of that, we have to offer the opportunity to look through the options that we're considering that can reasonably deal with the challenge that's in front of us.
Thank you, Baz. And the question is 2.1 on October 10, it says direct officers and relevant contractors to cease all work to progress the sale share, including the currently scheduled report for December. So, but now, by including in the long-term plan, what we're saying is we are progressing towards the sale of the share.
No, it isn't, and the
Can
CEO is going to answer
through
that.
you, Chair. I need to clarify there are two completely different processes here, and I think Mr. Kaufman has explained those well. We did cease all work as directed previously by the Council on preparing for a sales strategy for airport shares and preparing advice on the establishment of a perpetual investment fund, and instead we've redirected our work to undertake an amendment of the long-term plan, and as part of that process you are statutorily required as a council to set out the reasonably practicable options. So while the sale of the airport shares and the establishment of a PIF is not now the council's preferred option, it is still a reasonably practicable option, and the council officers have quite rightly put that to you. It was regarded as a reasonably practicable option during the long-term plan process. Your decision has not changed that. What it has changed is your preferred option, and that is what is set out in this report.
Councillor McNulty.
Put me back on the list.
Yeah. I just want to confirm some figures in light of the government made some specific references around councils getting back to basics yesterday. So I just want to confirm these cuts I'm about to list off were amounts that the government would have otherwise co-funded towards us in basics that we now either have a hole or that we're having to fill up with ratepayer money. So I've got 7.9 million for retaining walls, 1.3 million for retaining wall resilience, 122k in rural roads, 1.8 million for bridge improvements, 742k in footpath upgrades, 490k in drainage upgrades, and 410k in tunnel upgrades. So is that the case that that money will no longer be co-funded from central government and we will have to make up that gap on those basic pieces of infrastructure?
At a high level, the amount that we're no longer receiving that we had assumed in the LTP was $68 million over the first 3 years of the long-term plan. As a result of that, the proposals put forward on the 26th of November look to mitigate the impact on the debt-to-revenue ratio, which equated to about $130 million over the 10 years of the long-term plan. So that's at a high level.
And those were component cuts within that, though.
Correct.
Excellent. The second question, it is legal, so I totally understand the need, why there is an option 1, 2 and 3 as far as the options being reasonably practicable from a, let's call it an organisational perspective. But my question is around whether political considerations play into reasonably practicable. If a political decision has been made to upend the long-term plan because an option was so unpalatable to a majority of council, is there not a consideration that there is something as politically impracticable that may override that?
Through you, Chair, can I respond to Councillor McNulty? I think the key thing is ultimately the council will make the decision. The council will approve the consultation document, and ultimately it will be your call what options are set out in that document. So the officers are giving you advice on how we have assessed reasonably practicable options, but politically it will be ultimately the call of the council as to what goes out to the community for consultation. I do know that legal advice has been circulated to councillors, so you also have an independent legal view on, and that advice supports what the officers have proposed, but we will leave that with you to make the final decision, which will be made in February, mid-February next year.
Yeah, no, excellent. And I guess just for the benefit of public that may be watching, can we just get a quick summary of what, if councillors were to say that options 2 and 3 were not reasonably practicable and did not put out other consultation options, but retaining the airport shares, what the legal risk of that is?
I think we should invite our General Counsel to comment on that.
Apologies, Councillor McNulty. Can we just have a recap?
Yeah, so if we were of mind that we made a political decision that the only option we're putting out is retaining the full stake of the airport shares in our consultation, what are the legal risks that come with that?
Well, that decision or the decision resulting from the adoption of the long-term plan may be subject to judicial review, and I think there would probably be strong grounds based on the legal advice that we've provided to you around council's obligations that they have to take into account when making this decision.
Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, the Q&A document raised another thing for me, which was around the bus lane cameras that we have, and it was whether the revenue that we might generate from bus lane cameras was included in the forecasts for the annual plan.
At this point, not all of that revenue is included. What we need to do is we need to do a bit of analysis on some of that revenue, because there's one thing around creating fines, etc., which then we recognise as revenue, but it's whether or not those fines get paid. And a large portion of our parking tickets and others don't get paid in a timely way. And so what we need to do is do some careful advice to you on that, to say, actually, what is the impact of this, rather than say, actually, we're getting all this revenue in when in fact we may not be receiving the cash for that. So we don't want to compromise the council's financial position on that. I think, does James have anything further to add on that matter? Yeah. So we'll look at that analysis.
The next question is mine, and I think it's for Anna Calver, which is, when we developed this long-term plan, we had an amazing process with a citizens' assembly, and I'm just wondering if there was perhaps in February or when advice comes back to us about consultation, whether we could have some advice about how we maybe reconnect with the citizens' assembly, even in a one-off way, in order to get some feedback from them, having been through this process, about the amendment?
Yeah, certainly we can come back with advice on that in February.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. On page 24, there's the amended budgets where the 24-25 rates increases now predicted, instead of being 2.8, it's predicted to be 12.8, it's predicted to be 15.9. How much increase in operating is that in actual terms, roughly?
It's approximately 15 million.
About 15 million. And on the same page is the debt increase for this year is going from 221% to 226%. So how much extra borrowing on top of the current plan is that, roughly?
It's dependent on the change in revenue that we've got in the budget, so I can't give the exact calculation. So essentially, for every $100 of revenue, that equates to $225 of borrowing capacity.
No, but you're saying that the actual borrowing is going to go to 226%. So what's the difference in 221% and 226%?
You need to look at both the movement in revenue and in debt, because it's debt divided by revenue. So the 226 is dependent on both of those figures.
Sorry, and due to the lost revenue from NZTA, that also has an impact on that calculation.
Okay, and is 226% above the maximum of our own self-imposed limit for borrowing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can I go back on the list, please?
Yes. Councillor Pannett.
I always get very confused when Conservative governments come in and talk about core services. I'm just trying to understand their press. So do you have any idea, the question is, do you have any idea about how much of our spending would not be seen as core service and what implication that would have for our rates? I think, I'm not asking a lot of work to be done, but I just think it would be useful.
So at this point, we haven't done any work in looking at the announcement that was yesterday. We've been focused on today. I think it would be appropriate for us to come back and look at the information and highlight to you any implications that we immediately see. I note that the definition of core, they have noted that that's still up to councils to determine. So again, we need to go through that process. What I would say is, the concept of providing increased benchmarking and increased information that can be provided to our communities, I don't see that as being a major issue. We have really good systems and processes. In fact, we have to comply with significant kind of benchmarks at the moment. We have prudence regulations in place. We have a significant performance framework in place. And Schedule 10 of the Local Government Act requires us to report on numerous disclosures that has been introduced over time. So I am reasonably confident that we can produce the right information that the government will be requesting through this, but that's probably as much analysis as I've done.
Okay, cool. And just the other question, I think the Mayor's amendment is helpful. There's probably a desire to get the rates down to even 10%. Do you have any sense of what that means in practice, like what we'd have to cut?
So it's normal part of the practice that we go away and look at levers that we can pull on in terms of reducing the OPEX budget further to reduce rates. If you're looking to get below that 12.8%, it is highly likely that we'll be having to move into levels of service. Because of the tight time frame, our starting position in that space would be levels of service options or savings options that we've identified previously through the last LTP, and we'd be bring them back for consideration.
Can I just add there, sorry, this council has made significant savings over the last 4 to 5 year period in the 50 million plus. Those have been built into the budgets, and therefore we can no longer make those same savings again. So there's no low-hanging fruit in order to make those savings again. However, there is some funding options that we can look at that we will bring back in February, and that's around that depreciation funding.
Councillor Brown.
This is question or point number 19. Note that the budget will be updated by February to reflect the preferred water reform option. I'm just wondering if it would be practicable for you to actually update the budget to include both the preferred and the other option that we're going to consult on, which is to say the city water enterprise.
So in that regard, Councillor, because the financial statements for the long-term plan are completed at a high level, I don't see there being a material difference between those two options. The reason I say that is because the long-term plan is prepared only on a parent basis. So if we're taking out the water assets from a regional and putting them in a regional CCO, or taking them out and putting them in a council-owned CCO, we'll be simply reflecting that through the numbers.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, if we only consult on one option to retain the airport shares and we remove the other two options there, will this compromise the audit of the long-term plan?
Yes, it would. the auditors would most definitely be looking at whether or not we have complied with the intent of the legislation. That is something that they opine on in their audit opinion. We have legal advice that we would be obliged to share with our auditors that states that we should be consulting on that.
And just second to that, if other amendments or changes are proposed today that would add an additional option or subtract other options from other parts of the consultation, would that be considered reasonably practicable? I guess just about the work that's gone into forming.
We would need to see what the option is before we could provide a view on that.
Okay.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much for all of this. You were mentioning about reducing the rate increase by not funding depreciation. Do you think that this is actually a sensible financial policy to be taken, because we're going to get we're going to have to fund it sort of by greater amounts sort of later on when we do need to replace these assets?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. You're absolutely right. It's not something that we would recommend that this council do over a long period of time. But there are a number of factors that we need to take into consideration. And one is around the equity of what our ratepayers pay today compared with what they pay, what future ratepayers have to. So we made council made quite a deliberate decision to smooth the rating impact of revaluations that occurred a couple of years ago, and we are working to fully fund, that increase in the value of depreciation as a result. A decision was made back then to do that by 28-29, but we could take a longer time frame just to smooth the impact on rates, given we know the pressures that people are under. So there are decisions that can be made. There is advice that we can, provide to look at those options, and we'll bring those back to you in February.
Can I have another one?
Yes.
So if we sort of cut back on the rate increase by funding depreciation, are there other options that you think that are better for the city? Because things like, should we actually... We're going to be looking at changes or reductions in the level of service. So, of course, most Wellingtonians don't want that. So, but are there things that we could actually take out of the long-term plan? Like, does that come into your considerations?
We will look for everything that we possibly can to bring advice back to you on that. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, it will be a council decision, but we will certainly be looking at a wide range of options. Mm. And as have been outlined, that will include levels of service. We did a substantive exercise on that in the lead up to the LTP preparation, and this council made decisions on that. So, those options that were not taken up then are certainly still available to you, and we will look at every other option that's available as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Just checking that anybody who hasn't asked a question yet before I go into the second round. No? Okay, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. On the rates increase, it says for the 25-26, on the LTP is 12.8, now it's 15.9, 26-27, 11.4, now 7.8. It's almost double for this 25-26 compared to the year 26-27.
So each year when we set the rates, that changes what the next year's rates increase is. So if we agree a 15.9% rates increase for 25-26, that sets the base for the next year's increase. If you start playing around with the 25-26 rates increase, that changes the base and impacts the following years. So it's always kind of going to move based on the decisions you make in the current year.
So even in that case, in 26-27 for the LTP now is 11.4, 12.8, 25-26, compared to the one now amended. The difference is bigger, an amendment compared to the LTP. That's why I'm saying you can use the same logic that you said, but it's still, the gap is big
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the cost pressures that we have listed in the report around the depreciation and other inflationary pressures have impacted on the 25-26 rates increase, and we will look to do further work to bring that back down, and that will come back in February. That will also flow on and impact future years as well, the decisions that are made to reduce the costs.
If I can take you back to the airport one. The norm, it says, agree while the council progressing an LTP amendment to remove the share sale from the LTP. So the current status quo is airport shares removed from the LTP. But according to this paper, option 3, the status quo means selling the airport.
The information that was in the non-paper, though, we have a current LTP. And in that LTP, that's what is the current one, we have the option of an airport sale in there. What we're looking to do is amend that option in this amendment.
So do you... Okay.
Councillor, that's 3. I'll put you back on the list.
Put me back, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. 3 questions, just focusing on this year, on the cycleways. So I've been exploring cycleways. I just wanted to check. Part of the cycleways is carry over $4.1 million of project. What in the current long-term plan? What was the NZTA co-funding for that? Was that 51% co-funded?
Some of it was co-funded and some of it wasn't. It's projects that are in train, such as some of the transitional projects where we had Transport Choices funding, which was up to 90%, and then some of it is projects which we've fully funded, such as Island Bay, which was a council decision to fully fund that project, and then also the Kilburnie-Rongotai intersection, which had the old urban cycleways funding, which was also a different percent.
Okay.
On from
Okay, thank you. Just can you confirm also that the cycleways budget of 25.2 million, the total spend hasn't changed from the current long-term plan for this year, but because of the loss of NZTA funding, the council's contribution towards it is increased by $4.5 million.
I'm just looking at Vida and she's nodding, so that is correct.
Okay. Lastly, in terms of the long-term plan, can you confirm that the cycleways budget is assumed to, the future public budget's assumed to be co-funded from NZTA again from year 4, and whether or not the assumption of this additional $13.3 million from NZTA in the program, is that a reasonable assumption?
So that's one thing that we need to continue to look at. So just probably a couple of comments on that. Number one, we're not revisiting the whole long-term plan. We're undertaking a long-term plan amendment. So, you know, and we're looking to, as part of that amendment, to update our financial strategy, particularly to address the risks. That always creates an environment where you're looking at these things and going, what other things should we be changing? Under the Local Government Act, we complete an annual plan in the intervening years where we update the financial forecast for the next calendar year. But as you point out, there's kind of, we're in this kind of environment where we're looking at reforecasting many aspects of our full 10 years. And, you know, it's about how far do we go in that process under an amendment. What we have done is for years 1 to 3, we know that the transport funding, we know what transport funding we will or won't receive. So we've updated our forecast on that basis. We need to consider as officers what the appropriate assumptions are for future years of the long-term plan. And we are yet to have that conversation internally. But at the moment, we are still assuming that there could be a level of NZTA funding on some of those projects. We need to look at that and we will bring that advice back to you.
So
Oh, sorry, that's 3. I'll put you back on the list.
thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Just the cardinal sin. Can you detail some examples of those 50 million in internal savings over the past few years with some sort of dollar figures of like we've stopped doing X and that has saved, say, 2 million?
Oh, that's a lot. It's hard to remember. A lot of the cuts were as a result of COVID, so there was a lot of international travel that was cut and other discretionary expenditure. Apologies, I can't remember off the top of my head all the details of them, but they have been significant over the years. We can bring back more information.
I'd also note for this particular budget, what we have done is absorbed inflation and any inflationary increases where possible. If you'll recall, in the first year of the long-term plan, we made organisational savings of over $5 million. And that's on the back of organisational savings from previous years. So those have been things like ensuring that we are managing our workloads, managing our staff costs, all of those kind of things internally, and building within those programs, phasing our programs of work so we can be quite prudent in that regard.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora. Yeah, sorry, another cycleways question on the back of Councillor Randall's. Can I just get the total proposed to be spent on cycleways in the next 10 years? And what percentage of that is it in our overall transport budget, please?
So in the LTP amendment that was approved on the 26th of November, the total cycleways budget has been reduced down to, sorry, I'm just looking at it, 71 million, and it equates to around 25% of the transport budget spend or 3% of the total capital expenditure budget.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So, regards to the parking on business areas, so what is the impact of that? Basically, again, relitigation of the previous decision on businesses.
It's not a relitigation of the previous decision. It's bringing back advice that we asked for, and unless we change it, we're not proceeding with introducing those charges as they don't meet the criteria.
Correct, and there's no revenue within the current budget from the suburban parking options. So all we're doing is reporting back on the options available to you.
So they're not going to be included in the consultation. Did I get that right?
Unless you move an amendment to include them, no.
Okay.
More questions?
Yeah. Again, on the airport, what is the purpose of including the consultation when we know there is no political will, even though you say it is practically...
I'm sorry, Councillor, this question has been asked and answered multiple times, including in the written Q&A and the legal advice provided to us. It's a legal requirement, and that has been explained.
I didn't finish my question. Yeah, you heard
if there's an additional part of the question, please ask it. But so far, it's a repeat of what's already been asked and answered.
I'll frame it again, but put me back. I'll frame it differently.
Councillor Randall.
Move and then connect. Just following up on that assumption, if the assumption on cycleways budget, which I estimate includes $13.3 million of NZTA funding, if that funding doesn't come through, will the cycleways budget end up not making any savings in the first 10 years? Net savings, I mean.
we'd need to come back on that. I'm not sure I understand the question, but if we have a decrease in revenue, we'd have to look at decreasing, the expenditure. That would be the advice that we'd bring.
Yeah.
I can just supplement that. So in our current budgets, we have made significant savings in year 3. So there is a saving in year 3, a net saving of around just under 700,000 by reducing our program. And over the full 10 years, that's the only one that falls before the next LTP process. So through that next process, you'll have a chance to look at how you want to do that.
And I think that's a really important point. The long-term plan that we're operating to is that when you have an amendment, we're operating to that long-term plan and we just amend certain figures. So the current LTP will stay in place aside from the things that you choose to amend it at this point in time. We will be revisiting our long-term plan in 2027. So, there are plenty of opportunities to then update for those latter years, as we will be doing when we have better information about earthquake-prone buildings, around what the government of the day is proposing around their National Land Transport Program, around all other uncertainties that we have, because, of course, the closer we get to this, the better information we have.
Okay. Can officers also confirm, as part of the savings, that we have decided to reduce the safest routes to schools budget from $500,000 to $150,000, which is 70% cut as part of the savings? And why was that decided to be cut versus other ones?
My understanding that was subject to amendment, where we put budget back into that line.
The amendment actually put all the budget back into that line in particular.
Okay, sorry, apologies then. In terms of the officers' notes, can I just ask, what is the impact of note 17, which says that aside from the capital projects that are going to be in the long-term plan, that has to be stopped or rephased, the remaining projects in the council's capital program are progressing? So is that confirming that anything that's not in the long-term plan, such as the cycleways budget and such like, is going to continue on?
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Abdurrahman, did you have a new question?
Yeah. So my question is, let's say previously some of the councillors, the reason they supported the airport norm was the debt cap, the 272, they wanted to be kept. But according to the new one, we are going even 500 million up and down, just like 1 billion. Does that mean when the consultation come back in June, they got both? Now they can vote to sell the airport. At the same time, they got the debt selling as well.
I don't have a crystal ball, councillor, in terms of how people will choose to vote in June. What we are looking at doing is providing a range of options to address the risks that we face. Those options include increasing financial headroom in our debt capacity. So you either insure or you self-insure. The mechanism that we have to self-insure is either to create a fund that is specifically for that purpose, or to increase debt headroom. And in essence, what we are looking at is what range of options do the community want you to take in addressing those risks between the fund establishment or the debt headroom.
So, in reading recommendation, if it's not the council's preferred option, even though the consultation is not yet, most likely you will not recommending selling the airport since it's not preferred option.
So officers' recommendations to addressing the risks that we face have always been the sale of the airport. However, through the 10th of October notice of motion, we have brought back advice on alternatives to address the risks, and that is the one that is proposed as the preferred option for consultation with the community.
What I'm asking is, coming June, you will most likely recommending the same recommendation as previous, even though it's not preferred by council?
No. Recommendations will be based on the information that we have consulted on, including the feedback from the community. We will bring back that information for you. It will be up to councillors to make the decision on their preferred option. We will give you the information on what the community comes back with, all of, in the same way that we have done in the past.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, just in regard to the parklets, have we been advising those that we've been giving the leases to that there will be a review of the fee for those? And if we do review them and they come back, will we be giving options to councillors?
So when we give parklet permission permits, we give them on a yearly basis, and they know that the fees are updated every year, and we've been clear that that happens through the annual plan process. So we haven't been specifically clear about what we've proposed here, but they do know that it comes back every single year. In terms of what options will be given, I'm not sure. Can you answer that bit?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, the question is, will councillors be given a range of options for that, and that information that comes back to us?
It'll be what's proposed in the status quo.
Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully this is a simple one. I was just looking at the table of numbers for the parking spaces that could be metered. I noticed that Johnsonville's only got 21 spaces identified, and even somewhere like Kandala's got quite a bit more. So I just wondered if that's correct, or if there is some explanation for why it's only 21 spaces. Okay, I knew there'd probably be a reason, but I didn't know what it was.
I'll have to get back to you 100% on that, but they're the time-limited spaces, so they're not just all the general spaces around the town centre, and we've kept it on the actual shopping streets.
Okay.
Rather than having a wider.
Even
area.
so, it just seems like only a few when you think Island Bay's got 39, Newlands has got 60. I just didn't quite understand why it was only 21.
I think it's the time-limited spaces, but I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Randall?
Yes, just about the suburban parking. Officers done a survey, so thank you for that work. Can officers confirm that no suburban centre meets the basic rule of having an average of 85% occupancy in parking usage from their survey?
Yes, it's covered in the paper.
Yeah, and lastly, secondly, are officers aware that that Tawa, at the time of the survey, did have an event which was the 50th anniversary of the Tawa Library, which may have caused them to have a higher than normal use?
I can't answer that question, but I can go away and ask and find out.
I can answer that. I'm just getting live updates. Yes, they were aware that that was happening. And back to your question, Sarah, yes, it was only the spaces where there was P60 that were already time metered. In Johnsonville, for example, a lot of that parking is off-street, not on-street parking.
Thank you.
That appears to bring us to the end of the questions for now.
I wasn't going to ask because I thought somebody
If I say that, then people think of them.
I'm sorry. Can you just confirm for me? No, I won't say why. Can you just confirm for me? Our cycle lanes, have they been government funded? What's the ratio of the government, and what's the ratio of the government funding?
Leader, one more question.
So yes, we have taken advantage of some really generous government funding the last 3 years. With the NLTP, that has now been removed for these 3 years, year 1, 2 and 3 of the LTP. We do have some funding which has carried forward from last year into this year, so we are receiving some government funding this year, but for the next 2 years there is not any government funding, and that is why we've gone back and revisited our program. And we continue to deliver the projects which are in train, but we have pulled back on or slowed down the delivery of the next tranche of projects. which also means that we go from a 10-year to a 20-year delivery of the program.
So just one more. So this just confirming. So the reduction of the cycleways and the budget is essentially because the government pulled the funding on what was originally promised.
Yeah.
Ka pai.
And just to confirm, Vita, before you go, that subsidy was a minimum of 50% up to 80% for some particular projects?
Yeah, so on the majority of our projects, we get the standard FAR funding, which has been set at 51% the last many years, and also through this NLTP, the last few years we have received 90% funding on quite a few of our projects through a special program.
Thank you, Vita. Or Councillor Calvert.
Sorry.
Sorry, it was just in response to those questions, but haven't some cycleways, such as the Kōrau connections, been funded by council for delivery? Fully funded by council?
So some of the delivery, the delivery of Kōrau has been fully funded by council. It was post the June 24 layover, but the planning part was, so we had a mixture of different parts. And it was part of the transitional program that the council agreed in the 21 LTP to fully fund.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so what we're going to do now, thank you team, much appreciated. So Mia Whānau is going to move an amended substantive, which you all have a copy of. And after she has moved and spoken to it, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions, though the amendments to the substantive are not significant. And also, so you're aware, Councillor Free's amendment regarding the art is now incorporated in the substantive.
Can we get a 5-minute adjournment because I want to talk to Mayor Whānau about something that needs to be corrected in the paper.
Can she speak first?
Before we move the paper, because it needs to...
It won't be seconded, Councillor, so
okay,
she can change it.
Okay, cool.
Kia ora koutou. I'll actually keep my comments brief because we've been working on this for a few weeks. Again, I congratulate councillors for working together over the last few weeks to develop this amendment. I think we've actually made the right balance and it's been impressive, everyone's involvement. We are almost there. So I really want to thank officers for the hard and fast work that they've put into this. I want to thank Lindsay for being here and offering some independent advice. Thank you to the community for being patient. Some things to note is there's as part of the substantive, we've added in there to keep the rates rise below 12.8% for officers to work with. We've added in options around Begonia House, and of course Councillor Free's fabulous arts one that I think you've all seen. To make it really clear. To councillors who might be confirmed, the not selling the airport is the preferred option, and committed to working on that moving forward. So, that's it from me.
Are there any questions of officers about these amendments? Okay, there are. Councillor Young.
So I've got some questions about the Councillor Free one, which is now part.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
It's that quiet little voice of mine.
You're just a delicate little flower.
It's me. So my question is about Councillor Free's amendment, which is now part of the substantive, and I'm just interested to know, about the potential sale of part of the City Council's art collection. What value is there placed on the whole collection?
Through you, Chair. So in terms of market value, we don't know what the value is for the full collection. However, the City Arts team undertook a valuation in March 2024 for the collection under their care, which is just part of the artworks on a wall. This came back with a market value of 5.4 million and an insurance value of 7.4 million.
So a second question, does that include works like the Toss Wollaston gifted to us by Sir Bob Jones?
I'd have to take that away and check.
Okay, because I've got so many questions. Just one more before I go back on the list. So the council policy states that we're collecting works in perpetuity for the benefit of the city. So does the policy have to be rewritten with, the policy is at odds with this?
Yes, that's correct. So if we were to if we were to look at this, what we'd need to do is make sure that we go through an appropriate process, not to necessarily rewrite the policy, but to make a decision that is inconsistent with our current policy. There are mechanisms in the legislation that enable you to do that, and we would have to bring back that advice.
Okay, I'll probably come up with some more, but that's me for the time being.
Yes, and sorry, there were a flurry of hands. Yes, I missed one. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just I guess a high level of the work involved, time, staff to actually action this would be helpful in making a decision for me, please.
Art one?
Yeah, yes, Councillor Freeze.
Through you, Chair, we would need to go away and estimate that. Sorry, I don't have that today.
Councillor Pannett.
On the same issue, who will decide what is sold? I just think that will be quite a tricky one. Presumably there will be people with a level of expertise. This could be quite contentious, so we just need to be really clear on the process.
I agree with you that we would need to come up with a process for how we approach doing this, correct?
A sensitive process where we just don't put things on Trade Me, I think, is all. Councillor Young, did you think of any more questions? No, I'm too busy. Okay, all right. Councillor Rogers.
Maybe this is something that you need to do more work on, but I guess my immediate thought was like, we just have artwork sitting in a basement that no one gets to see, and so maybe it's better that we pass those on to someone who can see them. Is that kind of the officer's understanding of the amendment, or...?
Through you, Chair, that's correct. We are currently being asked to provide 70 square metres of storage space into the future for the artwork. So it would be a fair conclusion to come to that artwork is therefore not being displayed anywhere.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
So I guess my question then is kind of talking, I guess, to Councillor Young's point in the fact that we're sort of keeping them in perpetuity for the benefit of the city. How do we determine if keeping them in a locked basement is beneficial to ratepayers in sort of comparison to whether we could use that money for other projects?
Through you, Chair, can I just make a comment? Based on my history working with art galleries, it's not at all unusual for collections of objects or artworks to be stored and circulated into exhibitions. So the issue might not be the storage. The issue might be how you enhance the exposure and exhibition of artworks that presumably have been collected because they have a strong link to Wellington and its history and its artists. So I think you would probably need to commission expert advice on if this amendment is approved, on the approach we'd have to take and what the realistic options are. And there will be very strong opinions on something like this because, of course, collections like this are dear to the hearts of many. And quite a number of items of these works are displayed in our buildings, but there may well be a better way in negotiating with some of the institutions we are responsible for to make them more available to the public.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. My knowledge of art is actually very skimpy. But when I was at the archives just recently...
The question, though, Councillor.
Okay, I noticed a huge amount of art there. Would this art collection in the archives be the ones considered for sale because they're not being displayed?
So through you, Chair, there is quite a lot stored at the archives, and as we are planning our move into 68 Jervois Quay, we are needing to find alternate locations to store that. That's where the 70 square metre requirement came from.
Councillor Free.
Are officers comfortable with the word request? Does that sort of give you enough leeway to find out whether this is actually a good idea or whether you would you prefer a different word?
Comfortable with request?
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Wineta.
Are we just talking about Councillor Free's amendment, or am I good to ask questions on the whole substantive?
Well, the amended substantive, because we had questions of the substantive.
Yes,
do you?
we did. It is a question of the amended
Okay,
substantive.
great. Yes, then.
So just that amended part 3B, could that just be brought up on the screen for a minute, please? Oh, correction 3A. I'm just trying to be really, really clear about the wording. Are we agreeing to mitigations, or are we directing mitigation options to be provided?
That it's the latter, and the mitigations will be subject to our decisions in February. Am I correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. I'm going to take a brief adjournment for that. Can we set the clock for 5 minutes for that business that you had about the amended substantive, and then we will come back. Paul, can we put just the changes on the screen? Just so councillors are aware. There's just a clarification in points A, B and C of 9. Okay, so it's just an extra word of clarification in each clause. And then the second one, there has been a change to the one about the art. Request officers to provide advice on the future of the WCC art collection, including its potential partial sale and options which provide greater access to the collection. Well, and it has been requested, we will definitely take that one separately. So, all right, so that we are clear on what those changes are. Yes. My words said yes, but my face said no.
Maybe the mover can address it, but what does partial mean? Does that mean 10%, 25%, 50%? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'd cut off a bit of each picture. No. Right, okay. So my understanding is this paper is going to be seconded by Councillor Panovich. Do you wish to speak now? Great.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to relitigate the complete LTP amendment, although many councillors obviously want to, but I feel like moving on. So I'll start with a bit of a surprise for me that when we've made these adjustments that the rates increase went up to 14.5% plus the sludge levy, and that's specifically addressed for Tom Hunt, so he can put that in his article. But I think, and I know the underlying reasons why, and I'm confident that we can get it back to less than 14.4% plus 11.4% plus the sludge levy, with certain mitigations that we'll be able to deal with in the new year in February. So I actually did want to get it below 10%. Plus the sludge levy, but I am aware that that was not really feasible, and in the timeframes that we're dealing with, not really a practical option. So therefore, I'm more than happy to second this LTP amendment, and I really want to let the dust settle and wish you all a Merry Christmas next week. Thank you.
All right, now we will move on. We have 2 sets of amendments now, or 2. And the first one is Councillor Pennant. Over to you.
Chair, do you wish me to speak to the substantive at the same time so that I only need to speak once?
If you would like to, yes.
Yeah, just to save time so that we can be out here reasonably quickly. Look, just like to thank the Mayor, the Chair and the officers for their work and their leadership, much appreciated. I am, yes, as I said, I'm quite confused about what the national government means around the wellbeings, because again we're going to have them taken out, and then when the Labor government comes back in, they'll put them back in. So apparently Minister Brown thinks that bus stops with gardens on top and schemes to improve healthy eating in the capital are fuelling our rates increases. Look, this is complete nonsense. This budget, which we always do every year, is all about the well-being of our communities and initiatives that are widely supported. That means pools, it means libraries, it means sports fields. So I think we can stand proud with what we are trying to achieve here, that they are definitely core activities. The rates, thank you, the Mayor, Councillor Panovich. If we can get them down a little bit, I think that would really be received gratefully by Wellingtonians. Thank you for the clarification around the airport vote. I think that's just helpful, just so everyone understands what it is. Happy to go up with consultation on the leases, but am listening because I've had a bit of negative feedback, so we'll just see how we go. And the, look, I haven't tackled money around climate change. I'll leave that till February, just maybe a few more discussions about that in concert with the Mayor. I think that would be helpful. And grateful to the Mayor for agreeing to put the just the noting in around the Begonia House, because I got quite emotional today when I saw this rare plant in the Begonia House when we did our site visit that is extinct. elsewhere. And so it's just really important that we do connect not just to animals but to plants if we are going to save our wonderful planet. I mean, we just really do need to do that connection. So saving that begonia house is important to me, but not for begonias, for rare plants around the world, particularly the Pacific. And I just want to close off with, look, I do not want to annoy the Mayor and the Chair. Apologies. Except I just do have, along with Councillor Young and others, a constituency that want to save the City to Sea Bridge, not the artwork, just the bridge. And, you know, there's some just really deep concern from people in the building and the engineering and the architecture professions, the people we rely on to, and artists that we rely on to build our cities. So I will just be asking that the money is removed for that to be demolished in line with the wishes of that particular constituency. Kia ora.
Takes a lot more than that to annoy me, Councillor Pannett. However, understanding Order 2110D, I will be ruling this amendment out of order as it would negate a motion carried at a committee meeting under its delegated authority. You can grandstand later as part of... All right, I'm going to move to another amendment. Councillor, did you want to speak to the substantive? Okay, anyway, so I have ruled that out of order and there seems to be no challenge to my ruling, so happy Christmas. Right, so we now move on to Councillor Calvert, to your amendment.
Thank you. And there is, just to note, number D, there's been a slight change in wording to what's previously been provided to you. So look, I understand preparing this annual plan has been especially challenging for everyone involved, especially against the backdrop of the long-term plan amendment. I also recognise that the officers involved have been under immense pressure, so I want to first acknowledge their hard work in putting this paper together and answering my questions that I had last week. However, as I read through the actual paper, I've noticed several key issues that are missing, areas that are central to the lives of Wellingtonians, the people we're here to represent. And I'll give you an example. There's no mention of how we can keep rates affordable. Especially for those who are struggling, and we've heard from many of those this year. We're also not acknowledging our city's population growth, which is pretty much stagnant, which also makes it even harder to justify certain increases. We're not hearing enough about how we can tap into emerging technologies like AI to increase productivity. You know, tech is one of the key parts of our city. And there's also no discussion of how we've expanded our city services over the past 6 years. But frankly, I think we've stretched our resources too thin and against a backdrop of what we couldn't really afford. So this is basically the catalyst for this amendment before you. And I am grateful for those ones who have provided me with feedback, and for including Councillor McNulty, who's agreed to second it. Look, and since I shared this, I'm also grateful to the Mayor. I'm grateful to a lot of people actually today. It must be Christmas. Who has since then asked her team to draft the resolution in 3A, which you've seen, which states the aim of a rates rise below 12.8%. And I'm not going to get into what's sludge levy and what's not, because Wellingtonians see one rates bill, they see the bottom line, and that's really where they're focused. But going just below 12.8%, my amendment goes further and addresses what many Wellingtonians are wanting us to consider, a lower rates rise than forecasted. We've had a pretty tough couple of years, including an 18% rates increase this year. Wellingtonians are asking for a reasonable level of respite. I know many Wellingtonians are feeling the weight of rate increases and prices in general. A modest, because this is all this is, a modest reduction from 12.8% to 10% is only around $17 million less on the overall operating budget. So it's a very small amount. It's about 1.8% on our $950 million operating budget. So it is quite doable. At the end of the day, we're all here to make Wellington a better place. So I ask you to support this amendment. It's up there as an option. So officers will still bring back other information, but here's an option that says what would it look like if we kept a rates increase at 10%? What would that mean? There's going to be some tough choices that we have to make, but households have had to make tough choices this year. Families have had to make tough choices this year. The governments have to make tough choices this year, whether you agree with them or not. So I think now is the time that we just can't rely on reducing costs on our capital expenditure. We need to take a serious look at our operating costs. Thank you.
Do councillors have questions of officers? Councillor Panovich.
Would you anticipate this 10% to include or exclude the sludge levy of 1.4%?
Is that a question of the mover?
Either one.
She can probably cover that in her right of reply. Councillor Pannett.
I just wonder if some of these are actually in order. For example, tests that user pay charges are fair and justifiable. They have to be by law. One of them, like maybe the E might be all right, but I just wondered if the officers could give some feedback on that. I just think that's what they're doing anyway, most of them.
Kia ora. Our revenue and financing policy sets the funding for each activity that council delivers, and in that it shows the portion of that activity that is funded via rates or user fees. So we look at that as part of every annual plan, and that policy is also reviewed as part of the long-term plan.
Yes, I just wondered if looking at all of them, some of them you're just doing as a matter of course because you're trying to get those efficiencies to get the rates down, for example.
Yes, we assess each year the portion that is funded via rates versus user fees and charges. We also have included in that policy that we will increase fees based on inflation each year.
Through you, Chair, just a brief piece of advice from me. I would have one question on behalf of the staff, in that what would be meant by core activities. And secondly, my advice would be that the significance of this reduction would require looking at levels of service reductions, and I believe that is advice officers have given. But we just need to give clarity if we're going to ask the staff to come back and give advice on this, what we mean by things like core activities.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was, I guess, thinking about what the organisation was doing between now and February, and I was wondering how feasible it was to do some of these things like discover new efficiencies within the organisation. And then the other point to that question is that not something you already do?
So on the question of efficiencies, I have an opportunity, I think, in my last meeting to say to you that over the last 5 years, every year the organisation has worked to meet a cost-saving target through efficiencies. And while I would need to be corrected on the total figure, I believe it has neared 50 million. 50 million. So first of all, if there is a view that the organisation has not worked hard to find efficiencies, then I just want to very strongly advise you that that is not the case, and we have done that over the last 5 years, and we will continue, I'm sure, to find ways of being more efficient as an organisation. Of course, we have a significant and diverse number of businesses. It is a complex organisation, and circumstances change. But between now and February, over the Christmas New Year break, you are unlikely to find new efficiencies that have not already been identified and put forward in this budget and in previous budgets.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I just note that through this budget process, the instruction that has also been given to all parts of the business is that all inflationary pressures are to be fully absorbed. So we've already made that decision as a leadership team in bringing this budget to you. Where we can't do so, that is reflected in the budget, i.e. we've got signed contracts, but we've already made some, we've already absorbed some of the cost pressures we're facing.
I have a question, and it's about the difficulty, because when we did our first annual plan as a council, we channeled, the advice was that it's quite difficult to cut OPEX in the short period of time, that in an annual plan, and actually the long-term plan is the place to cut operational expenditure largely, because things can get, for example, if you're stopping a program of work and laying staff off, that might have additional cost in the year that you're doing it. Is that correct?
Can you?
I can. I think through you, Chair, I can respond. It is easier through the long-term plan with our long-term view of budgets to plan for the achievement of efficiencies over time than in a 1-year, 12-month period. And it is correct that if savings involve reductions in levels of service, they are normally changes that you would need to consult the community on. That is best done through a long-term plan process, through the proper statutory program of consultation. And you are correct also that often changes like that incur costs at first before the savings are accrued. So they're often savings that happen in the second or third year, not in the annual plan year.
And in addition to that, I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is a question for Baz, but when you referred to the previous advice that we have had about further cuts to OPEX and what they might look like, and that would be bringing that back. Is it likely that the sort of the first cab off the rank in order to be able to save OPEX within the period before we adopt the annual plan would be reduced hours or closing of libraries and swimming pools, etc.?
So the period between now and mid-February, when we bring the draft final budget back to you in the consultation document, is actually quite short, because we've got a statutory holiday in the middle. So in early January, in essence, the two big tasks ahead for the team is actually building the consultation document that has to meet all audit requirements, and of course finalising the budget and all supporting information. So they're already quite busy. So if we're going to add more workload to uncover savings, the starting point for the team would be to explore the savings options that were previously uncovered and brought to you in the 24 LTP that were presented to you but were not accepted at that point in time, and so that would be the starting position, is to bring those back to the committee to see whether they were acceptable to take forward into consultation.
Councillor O'Neill, do you have a question? Councillor Randall.
Thank you. My question is gets about core services. I was wondering whether the government's very recent announcement about that councils need to focus on core services, what influence that would have on both the preferred option and whether or not that definition or direction could possibly provide guidance towards what is core services in terms of bringing forward an alternative option.
Through you, Chair, at the moment there is no clear provided definition of core services. There has been general commentary about focusing on infrastructure, but I could look to Andrea to confirm that by far the greatest proportion of your budget is in fact focused on infrastructure, Three Waters infrastructure, transport infrastructure, networks, your building infrastructure, your property infrastructure, your parks, walkways infrastructure. And the question is, what among that list is core or not core? Now, I have been the Chief Executive of a council through a previous legislative time of change when core services were attempted to be defined within the legislation, but essentially no change really occurred in the delivery of services that councils provide around the country, because a lot of councils do consider libraries and art galleries and museums and community development assistance to be core to their communities. And if the definition ultimately is left to the independent local authority to make its own call based on its consultation with its community, in the end that's the process that you will use in this one, is what does your community see as core?
So I guess to summarise, you're saying that the government's recent announcement is unlikely to have any significant effect on what the consultation of the preferred option or any alternative options would be.
What I'm saying is the current announcement has not yet given clarity to you sufficient that it would guide you in your decision making on what you believe is core.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, if this amendment was passed, would it constitute an alternative amendment such that councillors who wanted not to put up amendments that involve sale of airport shares would have the opportunity to exercise that because there is an alternate option?
In bringing back advice on this, we need to really understand what decisions the councillors would be looking to make. So I think Baz referred to the fact that if you were to make changes to levels of service, or apologies, I think it may have been the Chief Executive, that may constitute an LTP amendment. And so we'd need to consult on that through this process. That would be a separate consultation question to the one on airport shares. So we'd need to look at that. I'm not sure if I've answered your question, though, fully, Councillor.
I mean, not really, because what I was really saying is if we put up, if this amendment was passed, and we would then have 4 options, 2 of which involve sale of airport shares, and now the advice said that we need to put options up for consultation.
So this is separate to the, what we're trying to do here is a couple of things in this omnibus paper. So we're looking to amend the LTP, but we're also looking to prepare an annual plan and set the rates for next year. Those are 2 separate things. So the consultation questions that we have in respect of the addressing our financial risks is about the LTP amendment. This is about what level of rates will you set as part of the annual plan. If there was a situation that in making this decision that there would be a fundamental impact on the levels of service, we would then need to do an LTP amendment for that. So there are 2 separate things going on here. You wouldn't add this to another question on that LTP amendment. This would be an annual plan question.
Thank you for explaining that. And lastly, if this amendment is passed, it's an instruction to bring the option. Is there any obligation on the future council meetings to actually put such an option into the consultation document?
I'm not sure I understand that question, Councillor.
I mean,
Sorry?
I guess what I'm saying is it asks officers to bring an option, information, forward as a possible option in the annual plan. Given that that's happened, we're not deciding yet that that option would be put into the annual plan for consultation.
Yep. So we'd need to look at the timetable quite carefully, because if we were to put this, we'd come back to you in February, all right, with our recommended advice. We would also be bringing to you a consultation document in February for audit. So it does put incredible pressure on the timing of the ability to make those changes. I do appreciate that, yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Just so you know what's happening, councillors, I'm going to try and get through questions and then we will break for lunch and come back and debate this amendment after lunch. Councillor Free.
Just hopefully a quick one. So 3BE asks that we ensure a balanced budget with no debt funding of operational expenditure. Are we actually debt funding OPEX? I know we did during COVID, but is it still a thing?
We are. There are certain things that we are debt funding. An example of that was the decision that councillors made to provide Wellington Water with more operational expenditure funding to fix pipes. That was the last decision I think we made to debt fund that type of expenditure. So there is certainly those decisions that have been made.
Would it be, if we didn't pass E, would you be looking to kind of eliminate debt funding of OPEX?
So we have got an existing obligation to come back and look at that anyway, and so we'd be providing that advice as part of the February decision, and that would be up to councillors to make that choice.
So if we didn't pass E, there's still something in train to kind of look at this and bring advice back?
Absolutely. I just note that anything that we don't debt fund, we need to seek alternative sources of funding for.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Yep. So just clarifying, do officers realise that whilst prioritise efficiencies over savings from cuts to levels of service doesn't necessarily mean that there may well be, you may have to bring forward cuts to levels of service from that? It's not just about efficiencies.
Yes. Yeah, understand that.
Okay. And should this amendment pass, and when you bring it back in February, and if you do have options for cuts to levels of service, that would, at that point in time, you would be making a recommendation whether any of those should be included in the long-term plan amendment?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, clarify that. And from officers' perspective, do you interpret the 10% rates increase as including the sludge levy?
We'd be seeking that clarification from you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Wineta.
So, just aside from that funding decision for Wellington Water, are there previous decisions for operational debt funding that are yet to trail off?
Yes, I believe there are. I don't have a full list of those. I'm looking at Raina as she's walking. She may be able to advise of more. Sorry, the Wellington Water was the only one that I could recall.
No.
We also often debt fund operating costs for CCOs where we are giving funding for them to upgrade their capital or for capital expenditure purposes. So it's not an asset to us, therefore it's operating expenditure, but it's treated like capital expenditure.
Also, Tinako, we debt funded some OPEX for demolition?
Yes, we debt funded the demolition. That's a good point. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, that was the most recent.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thanks. The second one is, keeping in mind the effect of inflation, could the councillor's intent be better achieved, or at least achieved, by smoothing the capital impact over years 2 and 3?
It certainly takes some time when you smooth capital expenditure. It does take time to actually have an impact on your operating expenditure. So that's why you don't immediately see cuts from capital expenditure have an effect straight away, and that's because the main operating expenditure items that are affected is depreciation, and so that means that you have to finish the capital, the capital works, you have to capitalise it, and then the cost of that depreciation expenditure comes much later, and of course the interest cost of borrowing, and we try and manage that as efficiently and effectively as we can. We're very efficient at that, so you don't necessarily see that happen immediately.
Thanks.
Councillor Brown.
Just a question about A and B, where A is obviously prioritised efficiencies, but B is focus on core activities. We've had a great deal of advice around the inefficiency of Wellington Water Limited, and I'm just wondering how you would actually reconcile those two factors, which, in terms of the efficiency but also the core activity in that area. That is assuming this record.
I think probably the best way to answer that, Councillor, is to note that Wellington Water are indeed looking at making as many efficiencies as they possibly can under their new leadership, and we will be bringing in Wellington Water to talk to you around their budgetary requests, and you could answer that. You could ask that question of Wellington Water themselves.
I look forward to hearing that asked and answered. Councillor Free.
Some of the conversation has reminded me, with the debt funding of OPEX, have we done that sometimes with our projects that actually attract co-funding, with the design work being bundled into kind of an overall CapEx?
No, I don't think we have. In terms of our capital projects, what we capitalise is anything that goes into creating the asset. So if you have an asset, so for example, Tōtōpū, there will be an element of the project design, all of those costs that will be capitalised because it's part of creating that asset. So that is debt funded, but it's also capitalised as part of the asset itself.
So if E were to pass, would that have negative implications on the way of managing those kind of projects, or is it completely?
No, I think it
something different.
That, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we are now going to break for lunch and we will come back at 1 o'clock. it, and that was moved and seconded. So we will, Councillor McNulty, you want to speak now?
Yeah, I'll second now. This isn't the usual kind of amendment I'd find myself seconding, but I just want to speak to why I think it is actually a good idea at this point. So I suppose a few of the 400 services that the council provides, if you believe they're absolutely justified to proceed in their current shape and form, that there are no work streams that could be delayed or stopped, and if you have full clarity on what that 50 million of internal savings is constituted from, then yes, I think you vote down this amendment. I'm certainly not confident in that scope, and if there's any of that scope I've outlined where you're not, then I think this is a driver for us to get a bit more transparent view of our finances. I'm not afraid to vote for higher rates, and especially when it comes to delivering on the long-term investment the city needs. But to do that, I do need to be able to go back to my community and give examples of why an 8, a 9, 10, 11% rates increase is not justified by what we would lose. So I'm seconding this, not necessarily to sign up to potential level of service changes that could be found in getting to quite an aggressive target, but to affirm my position of if I am to support a larger rates increase at the end of it, I know what the opportunity cost of that rates rise is made out of. I just want to talk a little bit about the fare in a lot of our communities, remembering Wellington has lost 10% of its jobs in the last year. I was out in Linden on Friday with the Kai Kitchen Christmas lunch, and it's quite interesting talking to a lot of pretty vulnerable people, and even those that are fortunate enough to own in Linden are in the very squeezed middle. They're hardly raking it in, and people are really scared at the moment. I think that's something I've really come to notice. There's a lot happening in the world out of our control, and the financial pressures are real. And we've seen a lot of emails in the past week come to us. Some have been a bit more aggressive and some polite. You know, one this morning was certainly a little bit unpleasant towards me, but you know, I think the fear that underpins those emails is what's real. And there's one person, Rhonda Fitzpatrick, I actually want to thank her for the discourse that we had. It was a really respectful discussion, even though coming from pretty different worldviews. It's really hugely unfair that in 2024, residents of Wellington are being asked to pick up the tab on decades of political neglect, particularly around our water and our social housing. And we're in the situation now where delaying that only saddles future generations with an even higher burden. So I guess with this amendment, I would just encourage people to step back, set a stretch goal, because without a stretch goal, we're not going to really get into the mechanics of what would be lost if we have to go to the 12%. So that on February, we're better informed. And I know for me, if we don't do this work, I really am going to struggle to support a more significant rates increase, because I'm simply not going to be able to have the informed conversations I need to with my community about why 12% is or isn't justified.
Councillor Brown.
I find this amendment largely theatrical. The reality is that you know, over the last couple of years since I've been on council, we've had lots of conversations about operational efficiency and prioritisation, and it feels to me as if it is a core value of the council at an operational level is to deliver the things which are actually spoken about in here. So this is one of those, you know, have you stopped beating your wife type. You know, it sounds terribly virtuous, but of course, you know, like really, is it actually making a difference? So I would really encourage councillors to reject this amendment because it is unnecessary. The implication is that our staff aren't prioritising core services and efficiency and all of the other good stuff that, of course, they are prioritising. And I just feel like it's a nonsense, and it's actually an insult to our staff, and it's an insult to the councillors around this table who've spent the last 2 years attempting to enforce these very values. So it's a bit like the treaty principles we were all talking about before. You know, this sort of sounds okay at one level, but actually is just a load of nonsense and causing disquiet and dispute and unnecessary friction at another. So I hope that sensible councillors who have been doing their job well over the last couple of years and will be anticipating doing their job well next year can reject what I see as an entirely theatrical piece of shenanigans.
Councillor Pennant.
Well, I guess I agree with my colleague.
Which one?
Just the one that just spoke. Yeah, the one that was a bit fruity with his language. But yeah, so certainly those of you who would consider yourself progressive, I don't think this should be supported. I did say to the chair that I thought the first three probably should be ruled out because really that is the job of staff and they have actual legal responsibilities there, so they can't not do it. I also think this is typical right-wing stuff. You call yourself a centrist, Councillor Calvert, through the chair, but core activities is a nonsense, as we've been talking about today. Like, what is a core activity? It's the stuff that we do. We do water, we do housing, we do community facilities. So I just don't think we're going to get a sensible answer from colleagues. And of course, Councillor D, not good. Not good. We need to keep going with our climate goals. And obviously we have to be a bit sensible about it, but we need to keep going with our transport agenda. It is bearing fruit and it will bear even more. So I appreciate it. It might look sensible, as Councillor Brown says, but it is not.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, you may remember a while ago that this amendment was introduced, and one of the phrases that I heard here was that as a council we have stretched our resources too thin. And that kind of made me think, well, if we're prioritising efficiencies over savings, that to me is delivering the same thing with less money, and surely that is spreading ourselves thinner. I do have some, I guess, questions of the mover because I did provide some advice prior to this coming to council. I suggested that it was entirely vague to suggest that we consider cuts to levels of service without making recommendations to staff about what perhaps the most important things to retain are, where the places that we think are of less value and they should look are, which may, if they had provided that clarification in the moving of the wording, actually led to the staff to be able to complete those objectives over the short time frame that they had previously discussed with you before you moved this this amendment. So for that reason, I think it is a bit tone deaf. The organisation has stated quite clearly where this would not work, and I haven't seen any movement in the wording to, address that. And I think it's important that as councillors, kind of as Councillor McNulty was alluding to, it's not just important that we represent the community's views here in this room, but we also take the reality of what it is to live in New Zealand with the legislative requirements that we have with our water reform plan and reinforce those constraints that we have and the reality that we're living in back to the community so that they do have an understanding of what it's like. So I do think it's important that we live in a world of reality. As we have heard, the maximum of 10% rates increases would mean significant cuts to levels of service. It would have been nice if Councillor Calvert could have chosen, any one of those over 400 services to direct staff towards looking at. And I would suggest that by not providing that direction, by not laying out what is important to this council and where we want them to be looking, we are just handing off that prioritisation to the executive, which is absolving ourselves of our governance responsibility and our responsibilities to our communities to communicate to the organisation what is important to us. Finally, the questions that I have of the mover is that water makes up over 30% of our OPEX. Is the mover proposing that we look at cuts and levels of service to water? Transport makes up 20% of our OPEX. Libraries and recreation centres are the next largest. So the fact that the mover has not been able to orate in this where those savings should be coming from, to me suggests that, as Councillor Brown was alluding to, it is more of a theatrical amendment than a real grappling of the reality that we are in and providing concrete and constructive direction to the organisation. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I'm actually finding myself in the position of actually supporting my councillors McNulty and also Rogers, but for different reasons. I agree with Councillor Rogers in that I think that this should actually be more specific, and it's very, very general, and so you have to sort of guess and use your own judgment on what the priorities actually are. So I don't think, I would prefer it to be much more specific. But I agree with Councillor McNulty when he says that people are actually out there hurting, and they don't feel that the council is actually listening to them. They don't think that the council is even genuinely consulting when they go out. And so it's a real dilemma, because how do we actually save the money? How do we actually get money to actually pay for some of these things? You know, I keep hearing about cutting, if you're cutting service levels, first thing that people mention are libraries and swimming pools. Now, we always say this through many, many years, not just our council, but previous councils. If we're looking at savings on anything, the first thing we bring up are libraries and swimming pools, but in fact, there are many, many other things that we can actually cut. You know, there are many projects that we actually look cutting. We're just not looking hard enough. We're not willing to give up on the things that we hold as our own ideologically driven projects. So it's a real dilemma for me, because I'm still not quite sure how I'm going to vote for this. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I find this, talk about reality and democracy as reasons to oppose this motion very disconcerting. The reality is that people are hurting, and they're looking at a 15.9% rates increase, which has absolutely scared people off. And it's not going to be 15.9% for many people, because we're also going to readjust the valuations, the rates valuations on properties, and obviously suburbs will go up and down as they did last time. Last time the Northern Ward was hit, so that the previous rates increase turned into 20% rates increases for some people. And this is what's going to happen next year. Some people are going to end up with massive rates increases, and others will be winners, and if their property values drop a lot. I also think that we're really asking for more information on what is possible. We're not saying we're going to do it. It may be unpalatable. I'd rather know. We are in a bit of a catch-22, because officers are unable to provide us with an updated operating budget for next year, and yet, in a way, we're just saying, well, we'll just get down to a certain amount. And so it's very hard to give direction. And I also think, and I think the Crown Observer, Mr. McKenzie, that he talked to us about what we're doing today. And what we're doing today is not really agreeing specifics, but we're giving direction, giving a direction towards what we want to explore with respect to the long-term plan and with respect to the annual plan. And this is a good example of a stretch goal, as Councillor McNulty said, because we need to put options before our public. I agree with him. We need to have a convincing case as to why 12.8% is needed. And the only way of doing that is to get some information on what we were offered, but we decided actually it's more important to deliver the service. And so on that basis, I think this is worth supporting, and I do ask you to support it.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. First of all, thank you to Councillor Brown for the gift that you handed us today. What this amendment doing is not about, it's not shenanigan, it's not about theatrical, it's called democracy. That's exactly what's happening here. So, Councillor Brown, I think councillors got the right to bring whatever amendment they think is right. However, what we need to see is the merit of it. In the last 2 July, more than 4,000 people missed their rates payment. This year, 600 people asked for repayment arrangement. That is an increase of triple times an increase to the previous year, which is 200. So when we do this rates decrease today, we are not advocating for rates decrease compared to what the previous councillors have been advocating for. We are making sensible decisions and listening to more than 4,000 people who lost their job. We are looking how we can support through these transitions. We are also asking officers to provide more information, so when we go out to the community, we know we can justify whether it's 12% or 11% or 15%. We can communicate confidently with the information that we have in our hands. So when you vote today, you're not looking at Councillor Calvert or McNulty and the amendment talking 10% compared to 15%. You are looking at to those communities who are really struggling. Those who, many of them sent you an email telling the struggle they are going through, especially those who are in a fixed income, those who lost their job, to sell their house, those who are really struggling because the market is also collapsing. I think that is the decision that's in front of us today. For that reason, I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, colleagues. I just wanted to highlight, because it has been brought up at this table around people really feeling the impact. And I would like to remind us all the exercise we've just been through in terms of our capital program. I'm confident that if this amendment passes, I believe the advice that will come back to this table will be cuts to community services that we have just hard-foughtly retained. I'd like to also remind you that we fund food bank grants, we fund ending homelessness, we fund city safety through our grants and capital program, we fund through our operations as well a lot of this mahi that does support the most vulnerable members of our community. If, we are this amendment, in my interpretation, does ask for work to come back, but I believe it will be work we have already seen. We've also heard from officers today that cuts to operations will not be in scope of this long-term plan amendment, and the savings won't be able to be found until the later years as a part of the annual plan process. So we know that this cannot, it's just not going to come to fruition in the way that we think it will be. We've also heard that it would be impossible to find reductions and savings without cutting levels of service. Lastly, I just wanted to state, I do support the sentiment. I don't really have a problem with A. I don't really have a problem with a few other things on the board, but on the whole, I cannot support further cuts to council services, which is exactly what this amendment would do and propose in effect.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. I will be supporting this amendment. I'm always bemused by the term progressives, so I regard myself as a realist. And I am extremely concerned about the effect of these rates increases on people on fixed incomes, people on low incomes. People have other bills other than just the rates, and we have huge insurance bills and all the other things that are part of life. And people are really worried about the cumulative effect of our rates increases over the years and the ones projected for future years. I know we love talking about levels of service. It's the bogeyman of local government. The reality is we cannot keep socking people with these kind of increases because it is making Wellington unlivable. And I will support anything that helps bring the cost of living in Wellington down to a more manageable level.
I'd like to speak next. I've got 3 points to make. The first is we have just been through exactly this process in the LTP, where we went line by line in OPEX and CAPEX. We were given all of the recommendations where we could make savings. And what this group did around the table was voted to put things back into budgets. And I say that as, and I know some of my councillors more on the right end of the spectrum will not agree with me. However, I'm going to go back at some point and do an analysis because I voted for more of those cuts than any of you. And the reason I did was because as chair of this committee, I was looking at the entire picture, including what the rates bill would be and what the total debt would be. And many of the rest of you, actually, it was just about this set of options or this set of options. So you put up some savings, but you also put up a lot more spending. And so we've been through exactly this process. The LTP was the place to do it. And if you wanted to do it again today, I suggest the start you could have made was go back to the LTP, look at the advice that was given to us about those savings and put those options back up. And that would have been a genuine attempt to lower rates. However, when those options were put before us, some of you acted like it was a grievous insult to you as human beings that we would even discuss these things. And that you literally said, we should never even be considering such cuts. That is exactly what, if you vote for this amendment, will come back to you in advice in February. And also, you acted like any attempts to increase revenue was similarly a grievous insult to you as humans. So you just can't have it all ways. We have to build a budget that works and is sustainable for our city. The second point I want to make is I want to acknowledge the very real concern that that our increasing rates has to people in the community. However, I want to differentiate that from the blatantly political campaign of the rates revolts, etc., with thinly veiled racism in their emails and suggesting that we turf out immediately a third or a half of our social housing tenants. That is not concern for the community. And I would put the point to you that many of those who are most affected and harmed by high rates and the cost of living are actually not emailing the council. They are doing it tough, working the extra jobs where they can find it, finding out how to feed their family. What we are seeing in that is a blatant political campaign against people who never supported the agenda of this council in the first place. And we need to be able to differentiate the two. The third point I want to make is that many around this table talk a very good game on rates increases when they are talking about a number. And they are all for a lower number. However, when it comes to the difficult decision about how you actually get that number down, people are not so brave. And we really need to take that into account and not raise the expectations of the community that we can get rates down in the current environment more than we already are without making deep cuts. That's the situation we are in. We have been through this process. It is what it is. I feel great empathy for people that are struggling with rates bills. I give my assurance that I have done everything I can through the LTP process, working with our staff to try and address this. However, this amendment is pure fantasy. Thank you. Councillor Calvert, right of reply.
Fantasy, theatrical, shenanigans, and all I'm trying to do, and some of my colleagues, is actually trying to help the burden on Wellingtonians. And I think it's really disrespectful to use those adjectives when, as you know, as Councillor Abdurrahman pointed out, the book that we were given about democracy and about hearing all voices. And we may not like some of the voices that we're hearing, and I know we do get some advocacy groups that can be quite strong, but can I just cast your mind back several months when a number of you were surprised by the amount of emails that we got in when everyone received their rates bill, which was around about, by the time you added the Greater Wellington in, was well over 20%, and the shock and horror. They were all individual emails. There was no form style to them at all. And so I just ask you to cast your minds back to those emails that we had and the people that we met in the streets, you know, in terms of telling us how tough they were doing. And it didn't need an advocacy group to tell us that. Just want to, first of all, better just clarify that 10% does include the sludge levy. So if anybody was in doubt, it does. And look, essentially this amendment was about looking for officers to bring back an option for a maximum 10% rates increase. Simple as that. And then taking advice, and I don't mean to use that observer's name in vain, but I'm going to, is that, you know, we needed to provide some direction to the officers, but without being too prescriptive, without naming a particular project or whatever. We needed to give officers the scope and the breadth so they could look at anything that they wanted to. And so this is what this is about. But it's also trying to say, look, we prioritize our core activities. And look, core activities are, I didn't specify, but they are our libraries, they are our pools, they are our sports fields. That's the stuff that every Wellingtonian touches in some way, if not daily, weekly, our footpaths. Those are the really important things that Wellingtonians value. And if you ask what Wellingtonians think are core services, they will tell you that. So, and that's really about what this is about, saying that we do prioritise it. We do need officers to think about that. There could have been a whole list of principles here. They're not binding. They're just there as a guidance, and without being too prescriptive. Councillor Chung, I know you might like to see things some more specificity, but you didn't provide me with anything either. So I was hoping that I would get some feedback and to be able to add stuff. So this enables officers to go away, and if you've got some ideas, I'm sure they will, if this amendment passes, I'm sure they will take on any feedback that you might have or where you think cuts could be. But for me, we need more information, and we are not the officers. This is what we charge our officers to do. We're giving them the direction. They'll go away. They've got access to all the information. They've got access to all the data, and come back to us in February and say, look, great, we found, like Porirua have done, we can possibly give a 6.75% increase as opposed to the initial 15 that they were proposing. Hutt City are saying we're going with what we forecasted, which is 12.something%.
Councillor, if you can start to wrap up.
They're looking for further savings as well. This is not difficult. At the end of the day, we're talking about $17 million on a $950 million budget. It's not cutting it to the core. So I ask you to let officers bring back an option. Then we can then decide what we do with what that option contains. But we talk about being brave, be brave and see what does come back. And I challenge the officers as well to expand their thinking on what they consider. Thank you.
All right. Do you want to take them separately or together? Together? All right.
Could we have a division, please?
Yes, we could have a division. That has lost.
No, sorry. I'm voting against this.
We're just going to correct Mayor Whānau's vote. She is voting against. That is still lost. All right, we move back to the debate of the substantive. Councillor Winera. $12.6.
Hello again. I wasn't going to speak, but there is just one particular can of worms that I really thought hard about opening, but I'm going to open now, just for the sake of our deliberations in the new year. I want to avoid appeals to a referee. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is I would like us all to not bring our observer into debate. I don't think that's an appropriate way to conduct ourselves. Our observer is a neutral appointee from the Crown to observe how we conduct the business of this council. And what I don't want is people from either side of any particular issue to try and drag the observers, and by extension the Crown's view, into any particular matter. So can we just avoid doing that, please? Sorry, Mr. McKenzie.
Anybody wish to debate the substantive?
No, but I would just like to say I think that was an inappropriate comment to be made.
No, that's not part of our debate. Councillor Free, you wish to speak to the substantive?
Yes, I do. And thank you to the Mayor and, of course, to officers and everyone who's helped put this together. And I'd just like to say that I think that the amendments that the Mayor's brought are actually generally pretty useful. So I'm happy that we are aiming for a lower rates rise than the 15 point whatever % that was flagged. And I'm also pleased that we're actually going back to what we predicted in our original LTP, because I feel as if that has been consulted. People won't be necessarily thrilled about it, but they shouldn't be too surprised. I would be very pleased if we could actually achieve getting it back to 12.8%. I'm also grateful that the Begonia House has been put in that we've asked staff to look at options for that. I hadn't realised. I hadn't realised actually how crucial the Begonia House is to the operation of the botanical gardens. There are not terribly many buildings there to house the quite considerable number of staff and their equipment that are needed to actually maintain the gardens. So having visited it and having had some discussions with some of our officers, I've now got a much more complete understanding of how important that is. I also feel that while I did vote to have a different option for the bridge, I feel that perhaps it is a big ask to ask people to lose two very precious items that have been part of the Wellington fabric for quite a while. And the Begonia House has been there for a long time. So I hope we can come up with some options to remediate it that we can afford.
It's been ruled out.
No, not the option for remediation in the Begonia House, I don't believe. Yeah, the bridge one was, yeah. I have bought, and thank you to the people who've worked on the amendment that I flagged around the art collection. I didn't want to, I appreciate the art collection is going to be of public interest, but I think requesting the officers to take it directly out to public consultation was probably actually not quite the correct next step. But I do feel that when you're looking to store a collection indefinitely in perpetuity, and the storage is something like, a storage container or a storage option which is locked away from the public, you do actually have to start to think, what are we trying to achieve with this art collection? I'm also a person that believes you can refresh things, and you can actually look through what you're keeping and decide whether it's appropriate. I'm not saying we shouldn't have an art collection at all. That's far from my intention. But I was wondering if it's, when we're tightening our belts and we're asking everyone else to tighten their belts, I wondered if it is something that we could think about as either making it more available or perhaps having a careful look at what we keep and whether there are some opportunities there to release some of it for sale for someone else or other people to make use of. But I think the way it's worded now is much better than what I put up, so thank you to everybody who's had some input into that, and I would appreciate your support for it, because I think there is something that's worth looking into there. I think that's about it, really. Never easy to be in this position. I think we're in this position every year in one way or another, where we're trying to do an awful lot for our community, and we're always aware of how much it's costing, but this time feels harder. And of course, it's due to some decisions we've made around not keeping airport. I have to say that by trying to keep the airport shares, we're in a very tricky financial position, but that's the decision we did make.
Sorry, Councillor Calvert, if you want to go back on the speaking order and respond to the comments Councillor Wineta has made, I'm happy to do that. I just wasn't going to have it as an aside in between speeches. All right. Councillor Chung.
I'll start off with saying that I still think that this rate increase is far too high, but it's been debated extensively. But rates reduction doesn't come from not funding depreciation. So as we discussed earlier, we should be looking at the spending that we're doing. We should be cutting the spending. Now, we seem to have this mentality of, let's look at things that we can actually sell. So we have this thinking of sell, so we can spend. The Mayor said earlier on, she said that the government, or the Minister of Local Government said that, we should focus on our core activities and we shouldn't be doing the nice to haves, but she said that she doesn't know what nice to haves were. Well, he actually mentioned that last night, because he was actually interviewed by Ryan Bridge last night, and he specifically said that the Golden Mile project is a nice to have, and we shouldn't be doing it. So there's an explanation of that. So regarding the Golden Mile, we're still not taking the big things out of here. So the Minister doesn't want it, retailers don't want it, public transport users don't want it, taking away their bus stops, shoppers don't want it, so why are we still doing this? So this is a rhetorical question. So rates reductions comes from stopping spending, and thank you for the smirk. The way to do this is to stop spending. Don't buy anything, don't do anything until we can actually afford it. I found that the discussion and debates today has actually been more toxic than I've actually experienced in other meetings that we've had, other tough meetings that we've had talking about budgets. Being called a racist or implied that I'm a racist particularly hurt. Now, I noticed that you didn't bring that up when other people made those derogatory comments. So we should be more polite to each other, and we shouldn't be attacking each other personally on the things that we didn't actually say. That's all. Thank you.
Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first would like to begin with thanking everybody who have worked really hard to get us to the stage where we're at. I know that it's been a big challenge for our officers as well as my colleagues around the table to get some sort of consensus. So I really want to thank you for where we've landed. I think that it's a good start for us to go out to consultation, and we have heard from our officers, and the things that we've asked them to do is they're going to come back and look at if there is any more efficiencies that we can gain. So I'm really pleased with that, because our rates bill is high, but I know sitting here at the table that everybody does try to keep them down. I just wanted to make a couple of comments though, and I have to say that I was really annoyed this morning when I watched whatever the breakfast show is, and our PM was being interviewed, and I'm going to share this with you because it has been raised about the minister, and everybody in central government seemed to be telling us what to do. And the interviewer had asked the PM what was an example of what core services could be saved. And I was just gobsmacked that the PM used Wellington as an example and our cycleways. And you will remember that I specifically asked the question of our officers because of who funds our cycleways. And so why I was gobsmacked was because my understanding has always been that our cycleways to date had been funded by government. So it's kind of like, I'm just really proud and pleased that those around the table are getting on with our mahi. We're trying to work within the boundaries of what we have to, and we're getting on with it, even though we've got all these eyes on us. We've got karus everywhere, man, looking at us. And I'm really pleased with that. But I also wanted to just share with you another gobsmacking moment was using Porirua City as an example of affordable rates. Because I can tell you that I have lived most of my life in Porirua, and we have always been at the top of the spectrum for having the highest rates. And I have to say, there was a comment made by one of the councillors that for us to remember when the ratepayers got their rates bill, shock and horror with their rates bill. Well, I have to tell you that my shock and horror with getting my Wellington City Council rates bill was not about the increase, even though I was really ho-ha about the increase. It was more about annoyance because we're now at a par with Porirua City Council. So that's what I was more annoyed about. So I love Porirua. That Porirua is my home, and I will always live. I'm going to die in Porirua, but please do not use Porirua City as an example of affordable rates and doing due diligence to keep it down, because it ain't happening. So thank you, colleagues.
Councillor Young.
Well, I'm not going to go through everything because we all have homes to go to. One thing I would just like, two things I want to draw attention to. One is I support the sale of ground leases to provide capitalisation of a disaster resilience fund. I think that's a good idea to sell them if it's going for something like that. But the one thing I really want to talk about is the amendment on the arts. Potential art sale, which I considered to be a sort of blinkered pot shot in the dark no idea of value, no idea how many paintings we've got, no idea about the constraints of gifting, etc., etc., nor that many of our artworks have been held in perpetuity. Evaluating our art collection will be a major logistical exercise, partly because so much is in storage, and it's in storage because, in case you haven't realised, we don't have any buildings in Civic Square at the moment, and there will come a time when we have plenty of space, although I would like to suggest that they start using salon drops as they use in museums, so you have clusters of paintings rather than just one at a time, but I'm always happy to give advice, you know. There are so many different components in our art collection. We've got works that have been gifted to the council. For example, the amazing Toss Wollaston downstairs on the 8th floor that, of course, the public can't see. And heritage pieces reflecting the history of our city, many of which have been donated by families over the past 150 years. And we do know that the most valuable paintings cannot be sold because they were given to us. They're not. Then we have the sort of legacy ones, and then we have the very small collection that we have built up over the years of Wellington-specific paintings. They have to be, or artworks. They have to be either done by Wellingtonians or have a link to Wellington. Our collection has never had a dedicated display space, and the options have become far more constrained since the Kaikoura earthquake. But I beg of you, please don't think of selling it. The sort of notional value is not the same as the market value. So some of those big sort of chunky legacy paintings that we can't sell would get amazing prices, but we can't sell those. A lot of the paintings are really just very minor works, and you have to pay premiums for selling it, and we'll get almost nothing for them. So, and it'd be hugely bad public relations. I'm just trying to read my writing. I do think we should have more on display, and I think we should, if we follow my suggestion of a salon drop, it's very easy to keep changing the paintings because you're not putting the holes in the walls the whole time because you're doing them on wires. But I would just like to say, finally, that we pride ourselves on our Ahatini policy. We pride ourselves on being the cultural capital, but if we do this, I think we're in real danger of being considered absolutely positively Philistines.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, just to start off, did someone second that? Did I miss that?
No, it's in.
Oh, I thought
It's in the substantive. It's in the substantive.
Oh, okay. Right, sorry. Okay. Look, Councillor Free, I'm glad you have changed your mind on the Begonia House through the chair. Thank you very much, because it was always going to be contentious. I think I'd just suggest to you that this will be similarly contentious. A colleague asked me at lunchtime, is there a group of people who will be worried? Yes, there are, and we will soon hear from them. I think, look, just finish off that if it had been a bit more nuanced, and first of all, it was landed on our desk this morning out of nowhere, from no one asked for it, and there's no sort of so if we get rid of that piece, will we buy another piece? So it hasn't been the greatest process, and there isn't a justification for it, really.
Councillor Abdirahman.
Kia ora whanau, and thank you for all the hard works, and especially officers in considering last-minute change of wording to number 9. And I would like to ask all of you to vote 9B and C, where the option of airport sale is included. And I'm not going to say this is litigating the decision, but the way the local government works sometimes is really interesting, because even though we're not supporting that option, we have to include it and consult the community. And that is a little bit of, I'm not sure how even the community build trust in the council when we, not us because of the legislation, when we include options that we know has no support, majority support around the council. And the other one is, I think a lot of us, we know the local government funding model is broken, and the central government always telling us what to do, and us also not focusing on how to respond to that. I have a good news for you, maybe if you missed it. Labour announced during the local government hui not long ago, no unfunded mandate from the central government. That is what we should be advocating for. That is, as a councillors, as a city, that is what we need to tell to the central government. The way they are dealing with us, imagine what they're doing if they are a council, one of the local council, we will be sending them commissioners. I'm just probably going to choose one of our submitters this morning from our Pauiwis who presented to us. So look, we need to focus on the central government the same way they are focusing on us, and we're not addressing that issue to some extent. So thank you, vote 9B and C, and yeah, vote down 9B and C. If judicial reviews happens, let it be. It's happening even for CT2C bridge. So let's see who's gonna take us to court for this.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora tātou. Just, I want to thank you all for the debate today, and I understand that this paper is in that tricky space of it's not super clear what the next, we're in a bit of a no man's land, but we are reporting on going forward. There is lots in here that I don't love, but I'm having to make a decision because of decisions that have been made. And for example, one for me is becoming about, I don't love the idea of selling land or our ground leases, because after being in Singapore and seeing what a premium land is and how all of that land is used for housing. So I think it's a big risk to us to be looking at this, but it's something that we've got to do to enable another prudent option. So I've got to say I'm not happy about it, but I will be voting for it. I also do want to consult on reducing our transport program, particularly city streets and our bike network plan. I do think our public deserve to know the decisions that we are having to make and to be able to feed back on that, so that in the future, if there is an opportunity to bring that back in, we understand where our community is at. So I would like to see that in the consultation document. But just whatever happens today, councillors, what I really want to do is encourage you to vote for this. This is the most important part of the decision we made, is that we keep going forward. I know people don't love everything, like I don't love everything, but I'm not going to vote against it just because I don't like it. So my ask of you is that we land this today so that we can keep moving this process forward. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Just a couple of observations. One of them is about Councillor Pannett's Amendment 20A. Frankly, it's... Oh, that's been out of order? Yes. Oh, thank God for that. Okay, well, I was just going to say it's
gone, Tim. It's gone.
In that case, so I'd just like to comment on those contemplating voting against, is it 9B and C? We've received very clear legal advice on this, and to disregard that legal advice and effectively to show it's just utterly irresponsible. So you may or may not agree with the sale of the airport shares, and I mean, we all understand that the will of the councillors is that we won't be selling the stake, but to disregard legal advice and to vote against this would be, in my view, utterly irresponsible.
Councillor Randall.
This meeting is actually not the most important meeting. It was the 26th of November when we made these cuts to the program, to our capital program, in order to restore our emergency fund, which is the whole point of the LTP amendment. My observation is there are two types of cuts. Cuts that this council is willing to make this and next year, and cuts that future councils are expected to make. The bad news is this council has increased its own spending. This year and next year, our debt is higher. The cycleway spend is higher. And not only that, the loss of NZTA funding means we are in the next 2 years spending $8.8 million more of our own money to make sure that the cycleways go ahead with no cuts whatsoever. This council's debt hits 226%, above our own self-imposed limit of 225%. I mean, seriously, before we had a very limited emergency fund called the insurance debt headroom of maybe when it was 221%, it was maybe $40 million. Well, we've spent that. We literally have no emergency debt headroom. In fact, it's in the negative, which is the emergency fund in case the big one hits. This council's actually increased spending on what I would say are not core projects. The progressive transformative projects, for example, organics, was increased by 11 million, and of course the Golden Mile is 26 million, more than officers recommended. This is evidence that this council cannot make a hard decision.
It can be heard in silence, thank you.
But there's also good news. The good news is that officers predict that future councils will be able to make the cuts that are necessary to make our city safe and restore the emergency fund. Future councils will not be spending to the very high levels this council's doing. And I'm glad that officers have an optimistic future because we need it. And I'm sure that following the upcoming elections, we will get a council that recognises the reality that this city needs to focus on the core services and not future green agenda policies and projects. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I'm a walking hypocrite on mic etiquette here. I guess just a few observations. The aversion that this council has to getting information sometimes bemuses me. When the town hall blew out 1100% and Councillor Calvert said, oh, maybe that just warrants an independent report. Nah, voted that down, better not get that. 320 million, no, we don't need an independent report. It's all good. And again today, it's so sadly predictable what's going to happen now. The consultation doc goes out in February. We'll land probably at about 12.8 on the rates increase. We will hear from the public. Certain councillors will start to get scattered about, oh crap, we need to get under 12.8, we need to bring it down. The advice will be, well, if you wanted to bring it down, your chance to do that was in the December meeting and February meeting and you didn't choose to do it, and we'll just be in the same position that we've done for 2 years now. And it's like, I can't believe how cynical or how much Groundhog Day after 2 years this is. Again, it's just getting information to either justify that that figure is appropriate or that there could be things. I think the council's richer for having gone through that extensive capital program review. I genuinely do. We were spending some money on some stupid things in my view, and we're able to not spend money on some stupid things in my view. I would like a similar level of OPEX review so that we're just clear, but this council has said today there is not one service, one area of level of service that should be altered, changed, reviewed, or delayed, that we shouldn't even look at that. And that, it bemuses me that I'm, channeling councillors Randall, Chung, Young and Calvert here in terms of rhetoric, but it's just like seeing the information's okay. It's okay to see things that might be politically a little bit uncomfortable. You don't have to vote for it, but it's okay to see it. It's not taboo. Again, I guess I'll just come to the 9ABC debate. It's an interesting discussion because I do think officers have been entirely appropriate to put in the three options of no sale, partial sale, full sale of the airport shares. But reasonably practicable is an interesting definition when you then apply a political lens. We're here because the council decided we will not proceed with the sale of the airport shares. Does that make an partial or full sale reasonably practicable? I would argue not. I would argue there's a genuine political call there. I know that the fear of legal advice, audits, judicial review will probably mean that 2 and 3 get voted through, but I just think this becomes sort of like the city-to-city consultation again, where we put out 2 options, which is demolish or demolish, because we've actually made a decision further in the back, and the community lose that nuance because this place works in a fundamentally bizarre place, and I hope we never ever normalise how councils work, because it is a bizarre institution, and we don't bring them with us. So anyway, I'm rambling here, but I just mark my words, this debate come May, we need to be looking at getting some rates down, there will come up, and the advice will be, we should have done that in December and January, and we voted not to do that at that point, and I will eat my cake then and say, I told you so, very graciously.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, speaking of Groundhog Day, it feels like we're having the same debate over and over again, and I would consider that sometimes this rabid focus on particular things like the waste program are in fact rather myopic and do not consider that actually our purpose here is not to deliver ourselves to another election. Our purpose is to think long term about what benefits people in the face of climate change, and the fact that we will have to expand our landfill if we do not correctly recycle our organics. All of these things seem to be lost on councils that continue to bring it up over and over again. They don't seem to hear any of the perspective here and continue to bring it up, assuming a different outcome. I did hear through the debate that actually we should be focusing on core services, and that's why I'm very glad that Councillor Free has brought her amendment, and I look for my colleagues across the table who continue to go on and on about core services. I actually can't recall one time where someone in the community came up to me and said, a core service is storing art in a place where no one can see it. So I look forward to my colleagues who are very supportive of only doing core services, voting for Councillor Free's suggestion. The last one was, I heard that maybe we should be listening to Simeon Brown's suggestion about what a core service is. And I can't think of a more laughable place to get advice, because Simeon Brown, if you look at the deficits that he is forecasting for NZTA, perhaps should learn to balance a book before making suggestions to councils who do legally have to balance a book. So I think probably should go back to the drawing board on that one. And suggest looking more locally about what we are elected to do, because last time I checked, Minister Brown was not elected to this council or elected as an MP in this region. So it's important that we do listen to the local community. And for those of you who were very supportive of getting to a 10% rates reduction, what I would just recommend you look at is in Clause 3A, it does not suggest we target 12.8, it suggests we target something below 12.8, which does include the number 10. 10 is less than 12.8. So hopefully all of that is useful in your decision making.
Awewe Hohaia.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this substantive. I mean, there are things in here I don't like Deputy Mayor Foon has said, but on balance, I think it's a fair kind of balanced package. I just did want to correct one piece of information which I heard in the debate, that Councillor Randall made a comment around cycleways. Now, the suggestion was that we're maintaining, if not ramping up, cycleway expenditure. That is simply not true. I mean, if you read the papers, we are slowing it down and phasing it over a longer period, so I just wanted to correct that. Kia ora.
I'm going to speak now. I'd like to respond to Councillor McNulty's comment and remind councillors what we are doing. We are doing an LTP amendment to cut our capital program because there was a notice of motion to remove the sale of the airport shares. We are not doing an entire LTP. An entire LTP has a line-by-line review of operational expenditure. We just did it. We literally just finished doing it at the end of June. That is when we had the opportunity to do that, and that included a forecast rates increase for the next year of 12.8%. And that is the figure that we are going to try and get back to. The reason that we cannot do an LTP every year is because we do not have the capacity to do it. We don't have the people, we don't have the time, the community does not have the capacity. We can't do it every year. We are doing the job that we had to do, which is going to be difficult enough. Cutting the capital expenditure, doing water reform, and doing an annual plan. So we were never going to do that entire review. And you can talk about how people are taboo to get information, but I remember you around this table objecting to proposals that were brought to us as part of that LTP as if it was an anathema that they even be suggested. So we need to be consistent in our words and our actions.
Point
just
of
a
order.
few. What's the point of order?
So point of order, 26.5D, representation. Pauhi Hauhai stated that...
I'm not in the middle of my speech, Councillor. Sit down.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished.
I haven't.
Just wishing that.
I want to move on to say what a pleasure it has been actually to chair this latter part of the year for the LTP, and it has gone surprisingly well. Some of you have given me a very hard time, and I would like to thank you for that. It helps make me do a better job. Mainly, I want to thank the team who have had, like me, have entered this process with a great deal of trepidation about the work involved. So, particular, I want to call out Andrea, Baz, Rhino rhymes with China, for all of the hard work. I just hate it every time I hear someone mispronounce your name. I'm like, rhymes with China. Anyway, I know how difficult this has been. Thank you to all of the people behind the scenes who have helped us craft these decisions. I want to thank you, Barbara, because it's going to be my last chance to formally do so at a meeting, but hopefully not in less formal settings. Thank you for everything you've taught me. And I want to thank and acknowledge Mayor Whānau and your team, and particularly, even though he's not here today, Michael Naylor, that I think we have done a good job to get together something that most people can vote for, even if they don't like all the bits. Because, as I say, Councillor Pennant, we've got one job, pass an LTP. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Foon, for that comment about even if you don't like all of it, please vote for it. It is our responsibility as governors to come up with a budget. Mayor Whānau, right of reply.
Point of order.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt your speech. Under 26.5D, misrepresentation, my statement was that the cycleway budget was for this year was higher, was challenged by Pauhi Hauhai. Hauhai, apologies. Hauhai. That's not correct. That information is based on information released by officers, which I'm willing to share with everybody. And also my statement was fundamentally that there was no cut to the cycleway budget this year. So the numbers are absolutely clear. And
Councillor, you are welcome to share that information with councillors.
Yeah,
However,
so just wanted to correct the situation.
Thank you. I don't uphold this point of order. You are, in my view, misleading about the cuts that have been made to this budget. Mayor Whānau, right of reply.
That was not right, Madam Chair.
It's okay, team. We're nearly there. Look, it's been a very hearty debate.
The Mayor will move the right of reply and be heard in silence. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been very hearty. And Tom Hunt, I don't know if you're still listening, but this is normal. You know, it's okay to get feisty. This is a very big decision, and we're passionate. It's normal. Look, we are a local council making decisions for our local people. So with all due respect to the government, it's not their decision. Let's not forget, 2 Green electorate MPs, 1 Labour electorate MP and 1 Green Mayor. So just to remind the government to stay in their lane. And look, Councillor Randall, your comments of a green agenda, well, it's what people voted for. I'm sorry to say that. But by approving this long-term plan, we are mapping out our city's future, and I think that's really wonderful. We're making the much-needed investments and deliver the services that our city needs. There are people on the outside who have, criticised us, don't like change, who say the city is dying or lost its shine. The rate's too high. Well, that's because some of those very people criticising us have not made the investments needed and bold decisions needed to keep this city alive. We are doing that, and I think we should be proud to create a city for us, for the future, and we must absolutely invest in the city's infrastructure, transport, housing and climate resilience. We must invest in more than the nice-to-haves, to be honest. The arts, culture, te ao Māori, nature, all the good things that make Wellington, Wellington. Without those, we lose our soul, and I'm not sure that's the type of city we want to lead. We've successfully put a plan forward with our preferred option of not selling the airport. This reflects the decision made by councillors around this table. I would just caution voting down 9B and 9C just to keep this on board legally, but I understand those who have said they're not. That's fine. Vocally oppose as much as you like. I just don't want this process further extended. I'm looking forward to sending this to consultation to make sure that this reflects the needs and priorities of our city. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well done. Thank you, everyone around this table. Thank you, Barbara, and to your staff. And thank you to my team and you too, Michael. Great. Please vote for this. Thank you.
All right. So
Division, please.
Well, hang on a second. So we, I understand people want to take the art thing separately. Is there anything else people want to take separately?
Yes, number 9.
Okay, you want to go 9 in separate clauses?
Yes.
Should we do that first, 9? And you want a division on everything, I'm assuming? Okay, so do we do 9A? I don't need instructions. 9. Okay, yep, we'll do 9. Just 9. Please, can we cut down the commentary while we're voting? I don't appreciate it. Just on 9. That is carried. 9A. That is carried. 9B. 9B, thank you, and I'll chair the meeting. That is carried. 9C. That is carried. We will now move on. Can we find the art one? And then we can we do everything else? The art one. 22. It's been seared on our brains. That is carried. Now we will do everything else. That is carried. Thank you, everybody. I will now close this meeting. I think we'll probably take a... decisions register and the other thing, I will move it. Councillor Panovich will second design register and the other thing, upcoming reports. First of all, I will invite Andrea.
I'll take the paper as read.
Councillor Randall, you have a question.
So it's been a concern of mine throughout this second half of this year that the future agenda doesn't necessarily have enough clear information to let the public know exactly what is happening. And I just want to note that I would hope in the future that officers can do something about that?
Sorry, is this a question?
Yeah, can officers do something about perhaps giving some guidance to make sure that what is put forward in the future program is understandable to the vast number of people who aren't very familiar necessarily with the council's names and acronyms?
So we keep naming convention in accordance with our own policies, and that's something that we adhere to do, and we will continue to do so.
I have a question, Andrea. Do you think that many members of the public are getting their information about upcoming work programs from the Forward program and decision register on the council agenda?
Likely not. We're very transparent with all of the decisions that we make. That's on our website, and they can go and have a look at that at any point in time.
Thank you. Any other questions? I will move the paper. Councillor Panovich will second. We'll go to a vote. Thank you for the reminder. No. That is carried. All right, I'm going to close the meeting. Thank you, everyone. I won't close with a karakia because we'll do that at the end of council. We'll take a 5-minute adjournment, wharepaku break, and then re-adjourn the council meeting. Thank you.
Welcome back to Council. Officers recommend that the public is excluded from the following part. I will move the motion. Deputy Mayor will second. Do we have any debate? Let's go to a vote. It's carried. We're going to PX. Just give us a minute.